Welcome everyone to another video. To go alongside Halo Combat Evolved's second remake, I'm kidding, the first was a remaster. It's not like Gears of War 1, where it got remastered twice. Anyways, I'll be remaking the original Halo Iceberg I made back in September of 2021, which was almost 5 years ago, and before Infinite's launch. Which, wow, time is terrifying. I hate it. But be sure to like and comment on the video, as that helps the channel out a ton, and if you're on mobile, hit it with some hype points. Also, be sure to subscribe if you like the video, because I got a ton more icebergs on the way, and I've already done a whole bunch. Trying to hit 125,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I don't think I'll actually make it, but who knows. I also got channel memberships, so if you want to see extended previews for iceberg videos, and or see all of my videos early, you have some options. Plus, you get a special shout-out at the very end of every one of my videos. With all that self-promotion out of the way, let's finally talk about some Halo stuff.
Nothing but meat.
Cavemen in Halo 3. In the Halo 3 level, Sierra 117, you can find 3 groups of disgusting, evil, monkey cavemen people that bleed if you shoot them. This is no joke one of the most unsettling Easter eggs in gaming to me. I really hate how these things look. They're weird monkey creatures that have Bungie's former creative art director, Marcus Leto's face plastered on them. They're not even exclusive to Halo 3, as at the very end of ODST, if you turn the camera in the final cutscene, you can see Buck hanging out with one of them, and he's not very thrilled about it. You can also shoot the teddy bears that they're holding, and the teddy bears bleed, which either means that the teddy bears are alive, or they're stuffed with meat. Scarab Gun. Hidden at the beginning of the Halo 2 level Metropolis is the Scarab Gun, a seemingly normal plasma rifle sitting on top of a bridge, except it's not normal. It instead fires the explosive plasma that scarabs shoot. It also has infinite ammo and doesn't overheat. In order to get it, you need to either hijack a Banshee or use the Acrophobia skull in the Master Chief Collection to fly up to the top of the bridge. There's actually a lesser-known Scarab Gun in the level that's way more difficult to get, as unlike the first Scarab Gun, this one despawns shortly after it appears. This second one is located right before the Scarab blows up the tank, and is grabbable by breaking out of the map via a grenade jump, or using a Banshee and then getting to the location where the Scarab spawns in. Another Scarab Gun can be found in the level Outskirts, found in the tunnels after the Scarab fires its beam through it. In order to get it, you need to grenade jump and rocket jump out of bounds. As you've probably realized by now, the Scarab Gun is a tool that Bungie used to fire Scarab beams from out-of-bounds locations, and because they used a model of a plasma rifle to make the Scarab blasts, you can pick them up. This Easter egg inspired the Scarab skull in the Master Chief Collection, which makes it so that every single weapon is basically the same as the Scarab Gun. Tribute Room in Halo Reach. In the level The Package in Halo Reach, you can enter a secret room filled to the brim with Easter eggs. You can do this by pressing a button that's outside of the normal playable area on Legendary mode during the firefight section of the level. But be careful, because not only can you easily die doing this, but right after pressing the button, a bunch of Sword Elites will spawn in to kill you. And once you press the button, June, Emil, and Carter will despawn, so you're all alone. Once you kill the Sword Elites and then enter Halsey's lab, you'll be teleported away to the Tribute Room. The room features all kinds of Easter eggs relating to both the history of Halo and its community. These include terminals mentioning some charities that Bungie created, posters of Halo games, pictures of Bungie employees, and various text documents mentioning Red vs. Blue, some Bungie.net forum moderators, and warthog jumping. You can also find various Xbox 360s littered around the room, which seems to imply that Halsey is in fact a gamer. Peter Jackson Halo movie. In 2005, it was announced that a live-action Halo film was in the works, with Peter Jackson producing, while Neil Blomkamp directed. The film was scheduled to be released sometime in summer 2007, but ultimately it never happened, due to budget concerns leading to its funding groups to back out of the project. That, and Microsoft began to get worried that the film would be too weird for a summer blockbuster. Like, people would see the film and think, "Ugh, this is weird. The flood looks weird. Well, all these aliens are gross and weird. I'm not watching this." Now, while this film never happened, elements created for it still saw the light of day. The live-action promotional series, Halo Landfall, was made using various props created for the film, and several designs for the film were reused for the movie District 9, notably the flood infection form. Should also mention that Guillermo del Toro was originally attached to direct the film before being replaced with Blomkamp, and several writers were involved with the film, including Alex Garland, Stuart Beattie, Josh Olson, Scott Frank, and D.V. Weiss. Del Toro himself even pitched a script for the film, and, well, for as much as I love Del Toro, his script idea was, well, it was going to be about Master Chief having a twin brother who would then defect from the UNNC and begin to work with the Flood. Yeah, I don't really know what he was thinking with that one. The other two pitches that we know about include one by Garland that was going to be a very faithful adaptation of Combat Evolved, with elements of Halo 2 being sprinkled in, and one from Beattie in which the film would essentially be an adaptation of The Fall of Reach. Man on the Moon. On the Halo 3 map Standoff, you can use a sniper rifle to see that the moon has a face on it. If I saw this as a kid, I'd probably get really scared by it. This is Chris Carney's face, an environmental artist, designer, and software developer that worked on Halo 2 and 3. While you don't get anything besides being scared by looking at it in Halo 3, in the Master Chief Collection, you do get an achievement for it. This actually isn't even the first time that Carney's face has appeared in a skybox. In the Halo 2 DLC map, Containment, you can use a sniper rifle to see Carney's face at the bottom of the Halo ring. Secret Room on Illusion. In the Halo Infinite map, Illusion, there's a pretty cool secret room that you can access via Forge mode. Since Illusion was intended to pay tribute to Combat Evolved's style of maps, it was decided to put a little Easter egg room paying tribute to Halo's past, similar to the one featured in Halo Reach. This Easter egg room serves as an in-universe break room for the employees of the facility that Illusion takes place in, and features Easter eggs like a TV with Combat Evolved being played, a really big sandwich that can even be used as a melee weapon, the original Xbox console along with the Xbox 360, a Halo Wars 2 poster, and a photo of the War of the Wits promotional video created for Halo Wars 2. But not only that, but there's actually another Easter egg in the map. By shooting every single worker ID around the map, a door will open, revealing multiple forklifts that you can drive around. Man, it's really cool that they reference Halo Wars 2 all the time. Maybe they can do a Halo Wars 3, or, I don't know, finish that game's story. It ends on a cliffhanger. It's been almost a decade. Halo Studios, what are we doing here? Halo 2600. This is a fan-made Halo game made by Ed Fries, the former Microsoft Vice President of Gaming Publishing, and was released for the Atari 2600 in July 2010. Inspired by classic adventure games from the 1970s and early 80s, Halo 2600 is a demake of Combat Evolved. It has everything that the original game has outside of drivable vehicles, and by everything, well, I mean everything that can fit onto an actual Atari 2600 cartridge. There's weapons, enemies, power-ups, and even a legendary mode that you unlock by beating the game for the first time. Though this legendary mode is much easier than other legendary modes, as here, legendary mode really only makes you move and shoot slower. There's also upgrades in the game that permanently make you shoot and move faster. While the game can run on PC, and honestly that's how most people have played it, it was actually designed for real Atari 2600 consoles. Halo 2600 was extremely well received, and has since been put into the Smithsonian. Scorpion Gun. Similar to the Scarab gun from previous games, in Halo Infinite there's a secret weapon that allows you to walk around with a weapon that fires scorpion tank rounds. only available when first playing the level Outpost Tremonius. As soon as you enter the actual open world element of Infinite's campaign, you can find a series of switches littered around the building you exit from and the crashed UNSC frigate. By pressing all 3 of the buttons, a cannon on the frigate will fire into the sky, and the rounds it fires will fall back onto the base's landing platform, clearing out all of the enemies. And that was supposed to be the end of the Easter egg. But players quickly discovered that if you stand on the cannon's barrels after doing the Easter egg, you'll get a pickup icon, which will give players an invisible gun that fires scorpion rounds. This weapon was inside the cannon because the rounds used by the cannon are scorpion rounds. Now, why did I say that this was supposed to be the end of the Easter egg? Well, that's because, unlike the Scarab gun, this wasn't left in the game as an Easter egg. This was actually a glitch, and so eventually 343 patched it out of the game, which caused some serious backlash. And due to said backlash, the patch was reversed, and so now you can get the Scorpion gun again. Craig. During Halo Infinite's 2020 E3 demo, there was a brute that was briefly seen that didn't really look right. He looked unfinished and kinda looked like a gorilla who just found out that Coco the gorilla couldn't actually talk. Nicknamed Craig by the community, he was used as evidence by people who wanted Infinite to be delayed. And these people got their way, as the game got delayed until 2021, though I doubt Craig was the sole reason why the game got delayed until December of 2021. Can you imagine if Halo Infinite came out in 2020? I genuinely don't think that Halo would have survived that one, to be honest. Anyways, 343 developers really liked the Craig memes, and so put Craig into Infinite as an Easter egg. In fact, there's actually a couple of Craig Easter eggs. The main one is the reveal that Craig is an in-universe musician. Well, this is probably non-canon. You can find his debut album on top of Choclock's tower. But not only is there his debut album, you can also find his guitar, speakers, and a poster revealing his tour dates on Zeta Halo. This rock and roll Craig Easter egg was eventually turned into actual merch that you could buy. There's also various lines of dialogue from Marines and Grunts in the game mentioning Craig.
Hey, we got a Craig out there? I keep hearing about some loser named Craig. Why the heck did you get all the attention? We're just as cool, if not way cooler.
There's also a literal rock in the shape of Craig's head that's right behind Fob Charlie. And finally, there's a filter in Infinite's Forge mode called the Craig filter. If you apply it to a light, it will literally turn the light into a Craig light, meaning that his face will reflect wherever the light shines. Hunt the Truth. Hunt the Truth is one of the most controversial marketing campaigns for a video game. Not because it actually caused some real-life issues, but because pretty much the entire fanbase felt betrayed by the marketing, as the marketing had almost nothing to actually do with the game that it was advertising, that being Halo 5. Hunt the Truth was made up of commercials, audio dramas, and blog posts that were supposedly hyping up the story of the game. That story being that Master Chief had gone AWOL, and Locke had been sent to either capture or kill him. Now, this does sound like what happens in the opening act of Halo 5, but there's a lot more. The story in the audio drama and blog posts focused primarily on the public's reaction to the Spartan program and Master Chief, and reporters investigating some conspiracies involving Chief and Oni. Basically, the marketing promised that Halo 5 would delve into some conspiracy theories involving Oni. Not to mention, the marketing stated that Master Chief was framed for committing a massacre at a peace conference in the city of Baiko. Sounds like some pretty interesting stuff. Well, too bad outside of the Chief versus Locke stuff, none of this stuff actually was in the game, nor was it even mentioned. This led to many fans to feel like they were betrayed, as they spent so much time getting invested in this story that ultimately didn't really lead to much. So what exactly happened here? Well, it's because the marketing campaign wasn't actually made by 343. According to former 343 developer David Ellis, Hunt the Truth's storyline was done by a completely different company, and 343 weren't even told about this marketing campaign until it began. According to former 343 multiplayer designer Patrick Wren, Hunt the Truth was based on Halo 5's original plot before it was rewritten in order to make the game's scope smaller, as they were in danger of the game not making its release date. Nowadays, while the marketing portion of Hunt the Truth is looked at pretty poorly, people really like the actual story that was told in the audio drama podcasts. Scrapped weapons. In any video game, there's bound to be cut content, and Halo is no exception. So here's a list of most of the weapons that we know were cut from the 8 mainline Halo games. As for Combat Evolved, there was a machete known as the Pattern 2 Composite Sword that was supposed to be fully usable. Despite being cut, this is actually the sword that appears in the difficulty sigils in pretty much every Halo game, and has since been made canon via Halo Infinite. There was supposed to be a massive minigun known as the Chain Gun that you'd be able to walk around with. While cut from the game, it would serve as inspiration for the ability to rip off chain guns in Halo 3 and onwards. A spear gun was originally planned to be in the game, as there were supposed to be a few underwater sections in the game. The SMG from Halo 2 was originally supposed to debut in Combat Evolved, but in a completely different form. In fact, 3 different designs for it were created, with the original looking like a P90, the second looking like a Sten, and the third looking like a cross between a P90 and an MP5. A version of the concussion rifle was also meant to debut in Combat Evolved, but unlike the one that we eventually got in Halo Reach, this would essentially be a charged-up energy shotgun instead of a grenade launcher. While the fuel rod gun is usable in Combat Evolved via the PC port of the original and the Master Chief Collection's multiplayer, it was originally meant to be usable in the campaign, alongside a sister weapon known as the Flak Cannon. Despite its name, it wasn't actually going to be a rocket launcher, but instead be a grenade launcher. Another grenade launcher-like weapon was cut from the game, called the Gravity Wrench. This weapon would actually be made canon via an article in 2022. While the flamethrower makes an appearance in Combat Evolved's PC port's multiplayer, and by extension MCC's multiplayer, it was originally intended to be in the game's campaign. A weapon known as the Microwave Gun was also cut from the game. This was essentially going to be a Covenant version of the Chain Gun. A variation of the rocket launcher known as the Anti-Air Missile Launcher was also planned for the game, and would have been a rocket launcher that'd only be able to fight against air-based vehicles. A weapon known as the Gravity Rifle was cut from the game, and it would have been a magazine-fed Forerunner plasma weapon. And finally, there's the Particle Beam Rifle, which would have been a Covenant sniper rifle. 2 different designs were created for it during development, and it would later not only serve as inspiration for the Vestige Carbine in Halo Infinite, but it would also be made canon via an article in 2023. As for Halo 2, the general-purpose machine gun found in the game as a stationary turret was originally going to be available as a handheld weapon, known as the GPMG. A flash grenade was originally intended to be in the game, and it most likely would have been exclusive to the campaign. A flamethrower was originally intended to be in the game, and looked very much like the flamethrower from Halo 3 instead of the one from Combat Evolved. It was seemingly cut very late into production because traces of it were found in the Halo 2 beta. The spike grenade from Halo 3 was originally supposed to be introduced in Halo 2, though they would act much differently as their Halo 3 counterparts, as they would essentially be incendiary grenades. They were also going to be called brute grenades instead of spike grenades. While the silenced SMG was available in the PC ports of Halo 2, it was originally supposed to be in the campaign. Though its sister weapon, the silenced pistol, wasn't so lucky, as it wasn't included in Halo 2 at all. A Covenant counterpart to the flamethrower, known as the Disintegrator, was cut from the game very late into development. Instead of fire, it would have shot out plasma, and speaking of plasma, there was also supposed to be a plasma mortar that the Covenant would use in the game, though it's unknown if it would actually be usable, or if it would just be an NPC weapon like the energy swords from Combat Evolved. And finally, variants of the Sentinel Beam were cut, like the Sentinel Enforcer Charged Bolt, Sentinel Grenade Launcher, and Sentinel Needler. You can probably tell what these variants would have done just by their names. As for Halo 3, we don't actually know too much about its cut weapons. There's the Spike Pepper Box, which was essentially a brute machine pistol that would eventually evolve into the Brute Spiker. The Mauler also had an earlier version, known as the Excavator, and it would have just been a brute shotgun. Finally, a variation of the rocket launcher was cut from the game that would have taken inspiration from the real-life rocket launcher, the Javelin. Upon firing, the rocket would move slowly before speeding up upon targeting whatever it was being aimed at. This weapon would be scrapped and eventually be worked into the missile pod. As for Halo Reach, the scrapped Covenant mortar from Halo 2 was supposed to appear in the game, but was cut extremely early in development. On the other hand, there's the Forerunners staff, which was cut so late into development, it was cut after the game released. Yes, this was going to be a weapon found in Halo Reach's DLC, but it's unknown in what capacity. My guess is that it was going to serve more as an objective rather than an actual weapon, like the flag in Capture the Flag. And finally, there was an entire system of weapons that was cut from the game. Because of how big Spartans are, there was an idea that the game would feature a bunch of weapons that were designed specifically for Spartans to use in-universe, like a 50 caliber assault rifle and a DMR that fired 30mm rounds. While these plans were cut extremely early in development, a reverse of it was almost in the game. A more traditional-looking shotgun and hunting rifle were planned to be in the game, but wouldn't be usable to the player, and instead be used by the Reach militia in the level Nightfall. Despite being scrapped, the civilian shotgun model would later be canonized in Halo Escalation Issue 18, released in May of 2015. As for Halo 4, a Promethean version of the Spartan laser, known as the Disintegrator, was planned to appear in the game. It would have fired out a blue energy beam instead of the Spartan laser's red laser beam. The homing rifle was a scrapped Promethean weapon that went through two different variations during development, one being a shotgun equivalent, and the other being a Spartan laser equivalent. It's believed that this weapon was eventually turned into the light rifle. George's machine gun from Halo Reach was supposed to be fully usable in Halo 4, and was going to be called the Hunter LMG. The SMG was supposed to return in Halo 4, but was cut midway through Halo 4's development, though its model would be used as the basis for the Halo 2 Anniversary SMG multiplayer model, as H2A's multiplayer used Halo 4's engine as a base. A more powerful version of the fuel rod cannon, known as the Mortar Launcher, was planned to appear in the game, and would have been able to be fired rapidly or charged up, which suggests that the Plasma Caster from Halo 5 was inspired by this cut weapon. The Status Rifle is a very weird cut weapon, as its function isn't really fully known. It seems like it was going to be some kind of support weapon, basically being able to fire shields for allies that would have also healed them. A Promethean pistol was also cut from the game that would have allowed you to fire it single shot or in a 6-round burst, basically turning it into a machine pistol. And finally, there's the Bishop Beam, which was going to be a Promethean energy weapon that locked onto vehicles without the player even needing to have the vehicle in their reticle. As for Halo 5, a turret known as the Glass Cutter was cut. It would have been a mining tool repurposed into a weapon. A variation of the grenade launcher known as the Cluster Grenade Launcher was cut from the game, most likely due to balancing reasons, as it was going to be able to fire 8 grenades at once like a shotgun, and would have also had an EMP effect on enemies and vehicles. Various brute weapons were cut from the game after its release. These weapons were planned to be released post-launch, and would have been brand new, except for the Brute Spiker. These new weapons were going to be the Brute Gatling Mortar, Brute Magnetic Missile, and Brute Sniper Rifle. The Sniper Rifle would have fired spikes similar to the spikes found in spike grenades. The Magnetic Missile would have had its rockets split into 5 smaller rockets after being fired, and the Gatling Mortar would have basically been a brute version of the chain gun. And finally, the Plasma Launcher from Halo Reach was going to be added to the game post-launch, and was even accidentally put into the game's Warzone firefight mode in an unfinished state. It would then obviously get patched out. And finally, as for Halo Infinite, a bunch of weapons that were intended to be released post-launch were cut. These include a plasma carbine with an energy blade bayonet, the saw from Halo 4 and 5, the lacerator, which would have been a banished machine gun, railgun, fuel rod cannon, beam rifle, SMG, spiker, and the original shotgun. At least, that's what leaks have said. In actuality, some of these weapons may have just been leftover assets from Halo 5, or were being used as placeholders for weapons in Infinite. Scrapped vehicles. Not only have there been scrapped weapons from Halo, but there's been a ton of scrapped vehicles. Here's most of them. As for Combat Evolved, various boats were cut from the game. 2 different designs are known to have made it far into development, these being the Carrot and the Doozy, with the Carrot being like a warthog in the water, while the Doozy is more like a banshee in the water. A Covenant aerial tank was cut from the game, and you might think that it looks pretty familiar, and that's because its model was pretty much completely reused for the Seraphs in Halo 2. But that's not the only model that would be reused in Halo 2. The Shadow was originally supposed to be in Combat Evolved as the Covenant ground transport. There was also supposed to be a Covenant bomber that would have basically been a bomber variant of the Banshee. A quote-unquote stealth tank was originally supposed to be in the game as a variant of the Scorpion. It's since been canonized via an article. A Covenant version of the Warthog, known as the Shadow, was intended to be in the game, but was scrapped. This idea would later inspire the Spectre in Halo 2, though the Shadow's design would be canonized as a variant of the Spectre in an article. A helicopter was intended to be part of the UNSC's arsenal in Combat Evolved, but was cut due to helicopters not being futuristic enough. This was also partially the reason why the Kestrel was cut from Combat Evolved. This was going to be a VTOL-style UNSC vehicle that was also cut due to issues with the game's physics. The Kestrel was also intended for Halo 2, but was cut. A version of the vehicle would later be turned into a Mega Block set, which would lead to that version of the Kestrel debuting in Spartan Strike. But the original Kestrel would eventually be canonized via an article. Also, as you can probably guess, its design served as an inspiration for the Wasp in Halo 5. And finally, the Rocket Hog was intended to be in the game's campaign instead of being exclusive to the game's PC port. Its design was also going to be extremely different, looking more like a Goshawk. As for Halo 2, a non-helicopter version of the Falcon was supposed to debut in the game. It was supposed to be able to let 4 people fly in it as passengers while a 5th person flew it. However, unlike the Falcon that we got in Reach and Infinite, this Falcon wouldn't have weapons on its side, so it would mainly be a transport vehicle. The Mongoose from Halo 3 was originally meant to debut in Halo 2, but was cut because it was deemed pointless due to the existence of both the Warthog and the Ghost. A Mongoose with guns was also thought up for the game, but was scrapped. Though what's funny is that for a brief time in April of 2022, there was a glitch in MCC that allowed you to spawn in an unfinished Halo 2 Mongoose. Sadly, this glitch has since been patched. 2 different anti-air variants of the Scorpion were cut from the game, these being the Tarantula, which fired missiles, and the Sun Devil, which fired machine gun rounds. Both of these variants were canonized in the 2009 Halo Encyclopedia. The Rocket Hog was intended to return in Halo 2, but was cut, alongside some other Warthog variants, like a troop transport and a snowmobile version. The Anti-Air Wraith and Chopper were supposed to debut in Halo 2 instead of Halo 3. There was also supposed to be a Forerunner tank in the game that would have been exclusive to a level that was cut from the campaign. And finally, various vehicles that wouldn't have been interactable were cut, including the Covenant Lightbridge ship and Command Shuttle, along with the UNSC Strike Fighter, Shield ship, and Orca, which would have been a boat transport with mortars. As for Halo 3, once again, the non-helicopter version of the Falcon was planned to appear in the game. A variant of the Warthog, known as the Medical Troop Warthog, was cut from the game, but it was most likely not intended to actually be drivable, as there's no gameplay purpose for it. A Shade turret that could walk around like a spider was cut from the game, and would have even had the ability to jump short distances. This was cut due to Bungie developers believing it to be stupid. The anti-air wraiths, while appearing in the game, were supposed to be fully drivable. Remnants of this still exist in the final game, as there's a well-known glitch that lets you hijack them. And finally, there was supposed to be a drivable scarab in Halo 3, but this was cut extremely early in development. This idea would later be explored in Halo Reach, but would once again be scrapped. As for Halo Reach, the Armored Personnel Carrier, or APC, was cut from the game. Originally called the Wolverine, it was equipped with a tank cannon. The Wolverine was cut very early into development, and would be turned into the Kodiak, which was an APC with twin machine guns. The Kodiak would then get cut from the game. A starfighter called the Drone was cut from the game, only to be reworked into the Saber. Another starfighter from the game was cut, this being Pegasus. It was made canon via an article. An enormous Covenant vehicle known as the Siege Engine was planned to appear in the game. They were going to be giant tanks that carried a whole bunch of enemy soldiers. It was made canon via the 2022 Halo Encyclopedia. And finally, a UNSC boat was intended to be used in the campaign, and it would have acted as a boat version of the Warthog. As for Halo 4, we only know of 2 cut vehicles, and both of them are redesigned versions of Halo Reach vehicles. These being the Revenant and the Falcon. The Revenant would now almost be like a chariot, with the driver not having a weapon, and instead the passenger, or gunner, would fire a plasma turret instead of a plasma launcher. And as for the Falcon, it's possible that they weren't going to have any combat abilities, as concept art for them and their in-game model, which can be spawned in via modding, don't have any weapons on them. As for Halo 5, various Forerunner vehicles were cut from the game, including 2 variants of a Forerunner tank, one being the Boomerang tank carrier, and the other being the Socket tank. And finally, as for Halo Infinite, a snowmobile version of the Mongoose was scrapped. There was also an APC-like vehicle speculated to be a variant of the M35 Cougar that was cut from the game. A variant of the Wraith called Escherum's Wraith was cut from the game. It was basically just going to be a normal Wraith, but with an extremely powerful beam weapon instead of a plasma launcher. A UNSC tank known as the Komodo tank was cut from the game, and it would have essentially been a Scorpion that fired a Spartan laser. A Gosshog was also cut from the game. And finally, there's the infamous Banished Skiff, which was basically a banished version of the Prowler. The Skiff is actually in Halo Infinite's campaign, but only as destroyed wreckage. Scrapped levels. There's been plenty of scrapped Halo levels, so here's a list of most of the ones that we know about. As for Combat Evolved, Assault on the Control Room was supposed to be extremely different. It would have taken place around a volcano, and Chief would end up fighting a Covenant mech that would later serve as inspiration for the Scarab in Halo 2. 343 Guilty Spark also went through some major changes during development. Originally, the level would have featured a giant swamp monster lurking in the water, and because of this, you would have to move around him while fighting the Covenant. And finally, the original ending to Combat Evolved was going to feature Chief leading an army of Marines into the Pillar of Autumn in order to retake it. This would have resulted in a massive 4-way battle between the UNSC, Flood, Sentinels, and the Covenant. As for Halo 2, there was supposed to be a level set between Cairo Station and Metropolis, codenamed Covenant Ship. Originally, Cairo Station was going to end with Chief boarding the Covenant cruiser instead of blowing it up with a bomb from the outside. The mission would have had Chief, Miranda Keys, and some ODSTs board the cruiser and destroy it by blowing up its power core with a Wraith. Then there's the mission codenamed Alpha Moon, which would have been about the Arbiter and crew trying to capture 343 Guilty Spark on the Moon basis. You would also be fighting the Heretics in this level. While this level was scrapped, elements of it were reused in the Halo 2 multiplayer map Burial Mounds. There was also a level in the game codenamed Forerunner Tank that was cut. As you can probably guess, this was the level that was going to feature Master Chief driving around in a Forerunner tank. It was supposed to be the original way that Master Chief would have gotten captured by the Gravemind. After the level Regret, Chief would find himself trapped in some Forerunner ruins, with the tank being his only hope to escape. and as he tried to escape, the Gravemind would reveal itself and attack him in a boss fight of sorts. The level High Charity originally had a completely different ending, in which Chief was going to have to do a Warthog run in order to get to the ship that he uses to get to Earth. And finally, Halo 2 was supposed to end with 3 levels codenamed Earth Arc. The 3 levels would take place on Earth in the immediate aftermath of Tartarus' death. The first level was going to feature Chief arriving on Earth in a similar way to how he does in Halo 3. He would then team up with Johnson, Miranda, and a bunch of Marines to locate the Ark, which would have been buried underneath New Mombasa. The next level would feature the Arbiter and Guilty Spark arriving on Earth to kill the Prophet of Truth. Master Chief would have also been in the level and served as an NPC helping the Arbiter. Arbiter would actually end up killing Truth in a boss fight, and he and Chief would deactivate the Halo rings that Truth was trying to activate. The level would end with Chief holding off some brutes while Arbiter escaped. And the final level would have been about Chief escaping the Ark. The game would then end with Earth being saved, Arbiter discovering that humanity are descendants of Forerunners, and Cortana being brainwashed by Gravemind. As for Halo 3, probably the most well-known scrapped Halo level is from this game, that being Guardian Forest. Taking place between the levels The Ark and the Covenant, Guardian Forest was going to be about RB and the Chief traveling to a forest on Installation 0. This level would feature a massive aerial fight in the forest, with players piloting Hornets and Banshees. The level would have also featured a brand new type of Sentinel called the Guardian Sentinel. They would have been the main threat of the level, alongside the Covenant. While this level was cut, the Guardian Sentinel actually still appears in Halo 3 as a hologram on the map Epitaph, and assets for the level would be reused in the multiplayer map Guardian. Another level, codenamed Floodship, was cut from the game. It was supposed to take place in between the levels Floodgate and the Ark. It was going to feature Chief and Arbiter traveling into the Floodship that crashed on Earth in order to destroy it. Elements of this level were reused for the level Cortana, and you can actually still see a remnant of this level in the final game. As in Floodgate, Chief is given the objective to find the crashed Floodship and overload its engine core, despite this not being the objective of the level Floodgate. Finally, there's Forerunner City, which was cut and turned into the final act of the level The Covenant. The level would have had Chief and Arbiter driving a Scarab into an ancient Forerunner city in order to stop Truth and to save Miranda. While they're able to stop Truth, Miranda is killed, and Truth is revealed to have been fully taken over by the Gravemind. And so Chief and Arbiter would have a boss fight against Flood Truth, and battle multiple waves of Flood. As for Halo Reach, originally, New Alexandria would have featured Noble Team hijacking and driving around a Scarab instead of flying around in Falcons. But due to technical issues, the drivable Scarab was cut, so the level was completely reworked into the one that's in the final game. A level involving Noble Team taking out a Covenant ship was cut. And by ship, I literally mean a ship. Like a ship used for water. The level would have had Noble Team driving around a motorboat to infiltrate the Covenant ship at night in order to destroy it. And finally, the original version of Tip of the Spear would have had players destroying several Covenant siege engines in a giant desert battle. A member of Noble Team, Rosenda, would have been killed here. However, she'd be cut from the game, and her death was given to Kat. As originally, Kat was supposed to survive the game, being the Spartan sent to escort Halsey instead of June. And finally, for Halo 5, 2 levels set on Sanghelios were cut. The first being called Reef City, which would have been a vehicle-focused level, featuring Locke and crew helping out Arbiter's forces against a giant Scarab that's attacking their base. The second level was called Tsunami Station, and was the original finale of the Sanghelios portion of Halo 5. Locke and crew would battle the Covenant in a Sangheli city in the middle of a giant hurricane. There would also be a major section of the level that would have featured drivable Banshees. Tsunami Station would eventually be split into 2 levels, one featuring Locke and crew, and the other focusing on Blue Team. Yes, Chief and Blue Team were originally supposed to be parts of the Sanghelios portion of the game, meaning that we would have originally got to see Chief and Arbiter reuniting and fighting side by side. And finally, there was a weapons down level that was scrapped that would have taken place in the Infinity. It was most likely going to be set right before the level Swords of St. Helios. Scrapped multiplayer maps. And to wrap up this giant cut content section of the video, let's quickly go over most of the multiplayer maps cut from the series. As for Combat Evolved, a map called Ruined Pain was cut from the game. It went through two very different incarnations. The original was going to take place at a UNSC training facility and featured warthogs. The map would be completely reworked into a smaller map featuring two destroyed buildings opposing each other. This version of Ruined Pain was actually going to take place on Reach. A map codenamed Swamp Thing was cut from the PC port of the game, and it would have been based on the swamp section of 343 Guilty Spark. A map called Indoor was scrapped from the PC port, and it would have taken place in a UNSC facility entirely indoors, thus the name. And finally, another PC port map was cut, called Dusk. It was supposed to take place around some mining structure inspired by the level Halo. As for Halo 2, there was a multiplayer map called Anchor Point that was cut. It was going to be a very small map and would have focused primarily on aerial combat in Banshees. It was going to take place in the Heretic base featured in the levels The Arbiter and the Oracle. There was supposed to be a map called Permafrost that was supposed to be in the Blast-tacular DLC pack. The map would have taken place in a grassy area with an interactable light bridge being the big set piece of the map. This map was cut for a very unique reason. Because it was going to be the only original map in the DLC, more work had to be done on it than the other two maps, since they were remakes. And Bungie wouldn't have been able to finish Permafrost until around the release of Halo 3's beta, which meant that the DLC would have originally been released around then. And let's be honest, the Halo 3 beta would have killed all hype for this DLC. So in order to avoid all of that, the map was cut, which allowed the DLC to be released much earlier. A map called Overboard was cut from the game, and it was going to be a very vertical map, with ladders being a heavy gameplay mechanic, alongside platforms that would rotate. There was also a map called Shaft that was cut from the game. It would have taken place on Installation 5 on an island with a massive sentinel ship overlooking the map. After being cut from the game, the map would almost make it into Halo 3, but would once again be scrapped. And finally, a remake of the Combat Evolved map, Rat Race, called Rodentia, was cut from the game. As for Halo 3, a map called Warthog Inc. was cut. It was going to take place at a facility specializing in the creation of warthogs. This map was cut extremely late into production, and was being designed around the game mode Territories. An extremely small map called a Pump House was cut from the game. This would have been a map centered around a big underground chamber with a ghost in the middle. A big team battle map called Landslide was cut from the game, and was going to basically be a much larger version of Valhalla. There was a map codenamed Monkey Mountain that was cut from the game. It was being designed around Capture the Flag, and would have featured a bunch of cliffs and bases by a river. The map was also going to feature a fully functioning elevator. This map kind of reminds me of the Call of Duty World War II Zombies map, The Darkest Shore. The Halo Reach DLC map, Tempest, was actually supposed to be in Halo 3 as the map Beachhead. A remake of Battle Creek, moving the titular Battle Creek to Installation 8 during the events of Halo 3's finale, was scrapped midway through development. There was a map called Anxiety that was scrapped from the game that would have been set in a canyon with a base on each side and a giant bridge connecting the two sides of the canyon in the middle of the map. And finally, there's Desecration, which would have taken place in a crashed Covenant ship infected with the Flood, though you'd also be able to explore the canyons around the ship. As for Halo 4, a map titled Forerunners City was scrapped. It was supposed to take place in a small chunk of a Forerunner-built city, and it's been speculated that the map was reworked into the DLC map Perdition. A DLC map titled A Constant Strife was cut from the game, and would have taken place inside of a UNSC frigate. Speaking of scrapped DLC maps, a remake of the map Standoff from Halo 3 was planned to be in Halo 4 via a DLC, but was scrapped. A map called Fortress was cut from the game. It was going to be a loose remake of the Halo 3 map Sandtrap. It would even feature the Guardians watching over the map, though a wall would keep players from leaving the map and being killed by them. A map called Dish was cut from the game, and it would have taken place in a grassy canyon with a focus on verticality. A map called Peanuts was scrapped from Halo 4's DLC season. It was going to take place on a military base built on a rocky island. It's unknown if Peanuts was the actual name for the map or it was just a code name. And finally, there's a shipyard, which would have taken place in, well, a shipyard. And finally, as for Halo Infinite, a remake of the Halo 3 map Avalanche was cut from the game, and would have featured a crashed UNSC frigate separating the two sides of the map, which is why the map was going to be called Frigate. A remake of Forge World from Halo Reach was scrapped towards the end of Infinite's post-launch development. A remake of the Halo 3 map High Ground was supposed to be in the game, and it would have been called Harbor. A remake of the Halo 2 map Elongation was planned for Infinite, but was cut. And it seems like this map was cut extremely late into development, and was going to be called Beltway. And finally, a desert map codenamed Desert was cut from the game, and was seemingly going to take place in an area similar to the one that Chief ends up in at the end of Infinite's campaign. This map would later be turned into the Forge map Arid. Jason Jones in Halo 2 and Halo 3. In both Halo 2 and 3, you can find Jason Jones, the co-founder of Bungie, dancing half-naked. In Halo 2, you can find him in the cutscene for Gravemind when you're playing on Legendary. This Easter egg returns in Halo 2 Anniversary, but instead of Jason Jones, it's former 343 director Frank O'Connor as a janitor. And then in Halo 3, in the final level Halo, you can find him by doing a grenade jump over a chasm near the level's terminal. Hippos. Throughout Bungie's Halo games, there's been various little Easter eggs related to hippos. This seems to be a reference to an inside joke at Bungie regarding hippos being in Combat Evolved. This most likely came from the fact that former Bungie employee Matt Soul, who would post updates about the game on his blog, is a big fan of hippos. These Easter eggs include a plushie of a hippo on the Halo 3 multiplayer map Foundry, graffiti of a hippo in the Halo 2 map Headlong, and most famously, every single shotgun shell in Combat Evolved features a picture of a hippo. In fact, the plushie on Foundry is the exact same plushie that Matt Soul had while working at Bungie. You'll get an achievement for finding the plushie and the graffiti in the Master Chief Collection. The live-action show. Airing from March of 2022 to March of 2024, the Paramount Plus Halo show is one of the most controversial video game adaptations in quite a while. A live-action Halo series has been in development hell since 2013, and so when it finally dropped, fans were very, very confused, to put it lightly. The show takes place in an alternate continuity and follows Master Chief in the months prior to the fall of Reach, and the events of the first Halo game. But there's some very crucial differences between the show and the games. First, Master Chief is constantly seen without his helmet. In fact, he's mostly seen without his helmet, and he acts completely different from how he does in the games. We even see his ass and watch him have sex. More on that in a little bit. Instead of Blue Team or Noble Team, we have Silver Team, a group of original characters named Kai, Riz, and Vanek, who are basically a cross between Blue and Noble Team as their chief's team, and they all die during the fall of Reach. Then there's McKee, the human member of the Covenant, which honestly, I don't even think is a bad idea. Like a human raised by the Covenant, that's kind of an interesting idea. What's not interesting though is the fact that she and Chief bang. Not even just that, they bang while she's a prisoner of the UNSC. And seeing how a prisoner of war, or a prisoner in general, can't consent, legally, Chief in this universe is, well, a sex criminal. Other critiques of the show include the inconsistent CGI, the real-life weapons and vehicles that make brief appearances in the show, the fact that so much of the show focuses on OCs instead of the characters from the games, the fact that the creative team explicitly did not look at the games for inspiration when making the show, which led to things like Reach City. Cortana in the first season looked really bad. The fact that they species swapped the character Reth from a jackal who lived amongst humans to just a human, and the fact that the show took 2 seasons to actually get to the Halo ring, only for the show to be cancelled. Now, with all of this being said, there are some fans of the series, and stuff from the show that is generally liked. For example, the original character, Kai, some of the action sequences and set design have all been received pretty well. In fact, the second season is looked at much more positively than the first. Granted, it's like Season 1 is a 3 out of 10, and Season 2 is like a 5 out of 10, but I mean, hey, that's still an upgrade. Now, personally, I actually haven't seen the show. I was gonna try and watch it when it came out, but as I kept hearing more and more about it, I lost complete interest in watching it. Now, what's funny is, because the show was cancelled, Kai is dead. You see, the second season ended on a cliffhanger with Kai being severely injured and believed to be dead, but it's one of those things where it's obvious that she wasn't actually dead, like she would return in the third season. It's pretty clear that she takes inspiration from Linda, and around this time in the game universe, Linda was severely injured. But anyways, because the show was cancelled, the reveal that she's alive will never happen, so she's dead. Now, to wrap this entry up, some stuff from the show have actually been made canon in the main Halo universe, notably Silver Team. Though Silver Team's lore in the game is very different from the Silver Team in the show, as they actually survived the Fall of Reach this time around. In fact, Silver Team was even retconned into Halo Wars 1. Well, not the team, but the characters. Kai, Riz, and Vanek were retconned into being some of the Spartans seen as part of Omega Team in Arcadia City in Halo Wars. Overall, the Paramount Plus Halo series has its fans, but it's widely considered a misstep. Fortnite. In December of 2020, Halo collabed with Fortnite and added Master Chief and his Halo Infinite armor to the game. Chief came along with a bunch of Halo cosmetics, including a gravity hammer skin for the pickaxe, a pelican skin for your glider, and an emote where you drove around on a tiny warthog. There was also a skin for Chief that turned his armor black, that was only available to players who played Fortnite on the Xbox Series XS, or through Xbox's cloud gaming service. Though sadly, while Chief still pops up in the store occasionally, this skin is now impossible to obtain. This collaboration actually had a red versus blue skit created in order to promote it. Halo and Fortnite would collab again in August of 2025, in which a female Halo Infinite Spartan was added to the game. Her default armor was blue, but there was a red variant you could get, along with some armor effects that would surround your head. Released alongside her was an energy sword skin for the pickaxe, and an emote that had you driving around on a tiny ghost. But yeah, now you can have Master Chief do the Dougie with He-Man, Rambo, Dave the Diver, Francine Smith, Daenerys Targaryen, Lola Bunny, Hades, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Zoe, Ben Tennyson, and Tracer. Project Tatanka. Project Tatanka is the codename for a cancelled Battle Royale Halo experience that was being developed by Certain Affinity and 343. It was first discovered by players in 2022 via data mining Halo Infinite's files, but has never actually been officially announced. So keep in mind, what I'm about to talk about is from leaks and rumors, though we do know that it was real, as its existence was confirmed in Mike Klopper's LinkedIn resume in October of 2024, Klopper being a developer at Certain Affinity. Anyways, it's widely believed that Tatanka started out as a Battle Royale side mode for Halo Infinite. Players would drop onto Zeta Halo via ODST drop pods and form up in 4-man squads to see who the last team standing was. The map would feature multiple different biomes and pelicans that would drop vehicles onto the map. There would also be objectives and quests you could complete in order to get rewards, like power-ups and equipment. Basically, it was going to be a Battle Royale game with a Halo skin. Honestly, outside of the drop pods, nothing really screams Halo in this mode. Interestingly, it was going to tie in with the original post-launch storyline planned for Infinite, which means that these Battle Royale matches would be given a canon explanation. Eventually, Tatanka would be given a new codename, that being Project Eckert. It was given this new name because eventually it was decided that it was going to be a standalone Battle Royale game instead of it just being a mode in Halo Infinite. Though the game would be cancelled in October of 2023 due to 3 major reasons. 343 believed that they didn't have enough resources to finish the project. It was believed that releasing a new Battle Royale game this late into the trend would be a death sentence for the game, which honestly is probably true. and the slipspace engine was extremely difficult to work with, especially with a Battle Royale title. Last thing that I'll mention is that it's been speculated that the last Spartan standing mode introduced in Season 2 of the game was a testing ground for this Battle Royale mode. Though keep in mind, that's speculation, it's never been confirmed. Halo Infinite's scrapped open world mechanics. Halo Infinite's campaign went through a lot of changes throughout its development. For starters, the original Combat Evolved health system was planned to return, but was cut midway through development. There was also supposed to be an enemy in the game called the Crusher. It was supposed to be native to Zeta Halo, and you'd find wild ones scattered around the world. But you would also find some that the Banished were using as weapons, or pack mules. You could actually see the Crusher very briefly in Halo Infinite's very first trailer back in 2018. These wild Crushers were supposed to guard caves that you could explore, and these caves would be designed like dungeons, specifically the dungeons from Mass Effect Andromeda. Also, you know the warlords that are in the game? You know how they're like barely a thing in the final game, and in some cases, barely a threat?
Watch your head, Chief. A high-value Banished target's nearby, a Jackal sniper called Bareth. Intel says he's a crack shot, but We're in range of a high-value target. It's a group of those skimmer creatures. We don't know much about these guys, but that never stopped you before, right? That's a wrap on the target.
Well, the Warlord system was supposed to be completely different, with each Warlord having their own region, similar to how the Far Cry games handle their supporting villains. You would have to clear out their regions before facing off against them at their bases, the original Banished strongholds. You would have to take out the surrounding bases to make your assault on the stronghold easier. There were supposed to be 7 sections of the map, which means that there were going to be 7 different sub-factions of the Banished. And upon clearing the bases, you'd be rewarded with unique variants of weapons and vehicles inspired by how Halo 5 handled weapons and vehicles. The Catalyst Chopper is actually a remnant from this system. There would also be an attachment system in the campaign, and you'd get these attachments for your weapons and vehicles by clearing these strongholds. There was also an entire island that was cut from the game. You can still see the island in-game, but you can't explore it, though for a time there was a glitch that allowed you to. The UNSC Infinity was meant to be a hub area in the campaign, where you would talk with characters and get missions, though the Infinity would later get reworked into a UNSC compound. We don't know what characters would be here in particular, except for Sarah Palmer, as Palmer's voice actress, Jennifer Hale, revealed that Palmer was going to return in Halo Infinite. And seeing how she's not in the final game, along with this hub area, I think it's safe to say that she was going to be here. And finally, local split screen was planned for the game, but was cut during development, despite the fact that people have actually found ways to glitch split screen back into the game. Infinite's scrapped campaign DLC. Originally, Halo Infinite was supposed to get not just free content updates over the course of nearly a decade, but also campaign DLC that would continue the story of the game. This was actually leaked right when the game came out, as originally, Halo Infinite's store page had a section called Campaigns, not Campaign. Infinite's campaign was also known as Campaign Season 1 in the game's files, which implies that more campaigns were in development. There was also a trademark filed by Microsoft called Halo the Endless, which was filed right after the game launched. And seeing how Infinite's story was leading up to the Endless, and since then no books or comics with that title have come out, it's clear that this was the name of a campaign DLC. So yeah, it's very obvious that some kind of campaign DLC was in some sort of development. So why was it cancelled? Well, it's never been officially stated, as it was never officially confirmed to be in development, but it's been widely speculated that it was cancelled due to Infinite's first 2 years of post-launch content being very dry, to put it lightly. The game didn't exactly launch in the best state, nor did it launch with the most amount of content, and the game quickly lost most of its player base because of this. And with a lack of players meant a lack of people buying microtransactions, which meant that 343 had less money to use to build a campaign DLC, combined with the fact that the slipspace engine was insanely difficult to use, the fact that 343 developers were also working on Project Tatanka and content for MCC, and oh yeah, 343 kept dropping its workers. It's well known at this point that for a while, 343's workforce was mostly made up of contract workers instead of normal employees, meaning that after their contracts were up, the workers would leave. And because these workers worked on Infinite for so long, they actually had knowledge on how the slipspace engine worked. So 343 was literally in a cycle of getting rid of people who knew how to make content for Infinite and replacing them with people who didn't know how to make content for Infinite. So, yeah, it's no wonder this campaign DLC was cancelled. Helldivers 2. In August of 2025, Halo Studios finally realized that people really like ODSTs and want another ODST game. So instead of making another ODST spin-off game, we got a Helldivers 2 collab. Yup, in August of 2025, Helldivers 2 received various skins based on Halo 3 ODST. 2 sets of ODST armor were added to the game, along with the assault rifle, silenced SMG, silenced pistol, and shotgun, but the weapons weren't skins, they were their own unique weapons. Though sadly, none of the ODST weapons can be customized with attachments. But what's more interesting is that all of this is canon. Not to Halo, of course, but to Helldivers, as all crossover DLC for Helldivers 2 has been confirmed to be canon, which also means that through Helldivers, we got a Halo and Killzone crossover. Anyways, in the Helldivers universe, the ODSTs are known as the Obedient Democracy Support Troopers, and their armor is designed after in-universe fictional characters in order to get kids to sign up to be Helldivers. Sid was here. On the Halo 2 map Coagulation, aka the Blood Gulch remake, you can find a message carved on the walls of the cave system. The message reads out, "Sid was here," only it's been crossed out and instead reads, "Not Sid was here." So, who is Sid? I have no idea. This is one of those Easter eggs that's never actually been explained. It's most likely a reference to an inside joke at Bungie while they were making the game. I can't find any Bungie employee who worked on Combat Evolved or Halo 2 that went by the name Sid, so your guess is as good as mine. Valhalla Holidays. On the Halo 3 map Valhalla, you can find different messages on the map's giant wall depending on the holiday. So basically, if you load into Valhalla on these holidays, you'll see a special message. These holidays being New Year's Day, Earth Day, Cinco de Mayo, the 4th of July, July 7th, aka Bungie Day, Halloween, Veterans Day, and Christmas. While this is the more well-known Easter egg, this isn't the first time that Bungie have done this kind of Easter egg in Halo. In the Halo 2 map Zanzibar, there's a sign on the beach that'll change depending on the holiday. It changes for New Year's Day, Bungie Day, Halloween, and Christmas. Sandbox Guardians. On the Halo 3 map Sandbox, and by extension Sandtrap, if you go out of bounds, you'll get killed by a heat ray fired off from one of the towers surrounding the map, called a Guardian. Now, do these towers have any actual lore to them? Not really. They've never really been explained, though we do have an official name for them, that being the Obelisks. While that's basically the end of their lore, we can speculate about them thanks to some information that we have about Sandtrap and Sandbox. While Sandtrap and Sandbox take place in different locations, I think it's safe to assume that they're in the same general location because of the desert and the towers. We know that Sandtrap takes place on Installation 0, and the map has you fighting through a bunch of old Forerunner ruins. Now, seeing as the towers seem to be extremely old, I've come up with a theory. These towers were created by the Forerunners in order to guard this location. It almost seems like this place is a prison of sorts, as it's surrounded with a giant wall and these guardians. So maybe this was some kind of ancient Forerunner prison or laboratory where they experimented on the Flood. And so if the Flood got out, the Guardians would destroy them. This is actually backed up by the fact that in Sandbox, underneath the map is a giant underground bunker that looks almost like a prison of sorts. So basically, my theory is that Sandbox and Sandtrap are most likely either the ruins of prisons or science labs, and the Guardians were created as a contingency plan in case the Flood escaped. Cyborg Master Chief. There's several points in Halo Combat Evolved that refer to Master Chief as a cyborg. For example, the description of the level Keys reads, "Stage a 1 cyborg assault on a Covenant ship and bring back the captain." This is actually a remnant of the original version of Combat Evolved, as originally, Master Chief was going to only be referred to as the Cyborg, or Future Soldier. This is because Chief was supposed to be a full-on cyborg. However, this was changed late into development, and so these tiny references in Combat Evolved are all that remains of the original Master Chief. Although, technically, future installments in the series reveal that Chief is basically a cyborg. Sure, he's like 99% human, but he does have a tiny bit of tech built into his body, including neural implants and his bones being covered in a combination between boron and carbon. And since cyborgs are literally people who have technology directly connected to them and to enhance them, technically Chief, along with all Spartan 2s, are cyborgs. Marty O'Donnell in ODST. In the Halo 3 ODST level, Kikiwani Station, if you play the level on Legendary, you can find Marty O'Donnell dancing surrounded by bubbles and hearts, while the song Siege of Mandragora is playing. In the third big open area in the level, there will be a small bridge that you can find, and by it, there will be a sign reading "Access Denied." And if you go up to the sign and stand in front of it, a gif of Halo composer Marty O'Donnell dancing will appear. This Easter egg was actually changed for ODST's inclusion in MCC. Instead of Marty O'Donnell, it was now Frank O'Connor sweeping as the character Hamish Beamish, a character from the film Halo 4 Forward Unto Dawn. And speaking of that film, Halo 4 Forward Until Dawn and Halo Nightfall. While the Paramount Plus Halo series is the more well-known live-action Halo project, it technically wasn't the first. Ignoring the live-action promos and commercials for Halo 3 and Reach, Halo 4 Forward Until Dawn was the first real attempt at a live-action Halo project. At least one that actually came out. Originally released as a miniseries, but later released as a film like it was intended to be in November of 2012, the film is a prequel to the entire mainline Halo series, though it primarily ties into Halo 4, which shouldn't be very shocking, seeing how it's literally in the title. The film serves as an origin story for Lasky, and how he and Chief actually met 31 years before the events of Halo 4 at a UNSC training facility that gets attacked by the Covenant. Occasionally, the film will jump ahead to right before the events of Halo 4, but it's mostly set in the past, at a training facility located on the planet Cercinius 4. Basically, the film has Lasky going through hell and back, with the help of Chief during the attack on the facility, and his experiences here hardened him up. For the most part, the series was well received. While the effects were on the cheaper side since it had a lower budget, fans seem to think that the film's story and mainly its acting made up for that fact. Forward Until Dawn's positive reception led to the creation of a second live-action Halo project, that being Halo Nightfall. Originally released as a web series and later released as a film in March of 2015, Halo Nightfall serves as a prequel to Halo 5 and serves as an origin story for Locke. The film is about him and his fellow ONI agents being sent to investigate some terrorists, which eventually leads them on a quest to locate a bioweapon, and they eventually find themselves on Installation 4, the Halo Ring from the very first Halo game. The film also sees the introduction of the Thano-Leko Golo, which are the remains of an experiment created by the Forerunners in order to create a counterweapon to the Flood. So basically, a flood to kill the Flood. Halo Nightfall was not very well received, with many people finding the acting, writing, and effects to be a step down from Forward Until Dawn. It also didn't help that Nightfall was heavily pushed by 343 to the point where you had to watch the entire series on the now dead Halo Channel app in order to unlock the Swarm Skull in MCC. Luckily, this eventually got changed for obvious reasons. Last thing that I'll mention is that Halo Nightfall was originally intended to tie in with the Halo show, back when the Halo show was just beginning development. Johnson's survival. So how exactly did Sergeant Johnson survive the events of Halo Combat Evolved? Well, he survived because the experimental augmentation procedures that Johnson went through altered his nervous system to the point where the Flood couldn't properly take control of his body. So he simply fought off the Flood and flew off the ring. Now you might be wondering, what augmentations did Johnson go through? Well, Sergeant Johnson was involved in the Orion Project, aka the Spartan 1 program. Yup, Johnson is kind of a Spartan. The Orion Project gave Johnson upgrades to his strength, learning abilities, and immune system, and these augments allowed Johnson to survive against the Flood just long enough to escape Installation 4. Now, Johnson couldn't exactly walk around talking about the fact that he's a Spartan 1, so a cover story was created for him. Officially, Johnson had Boren's syndrome, which was a neurological condition supposedly caused by radiation exposure, and so his abilities were believed by most of the UNSC to just be a result of this syndrome. So according to the UNSC, he survived the events of Combat Evolved because his nervous system was messed up thanks to the syndrome, not the Spartan 1 program, meaning that this syndrome saved his life. Forza Horizon 4. In 2018, Halo crossed over with the game Forza Horizon 4. You could unlock a Warthog to drive around in and do time trials. 2 time trials were available, one named Assault on the Control Room, and the other being Pillar of Autumn. Now, you don't actually drive around in Halo environments. Instead, the time trials are just named after these levels, and in reality, you just drive around normal, everyday environments, with the occasional Halo reference thrown in, like a Banshee or a Covenant cruiser. The time trials were activated by going to a certain point in the game's open world, and upon doing this, they would be teleported into the time trial. The time trials had you playing as Master Chief driving the Warthog till he got to a Pelican at the very end of the track. The 2 tracks would rotate every few weeks, and this went on occasionally from March of 2019 to July of 2021. Now, while this is the most well-known crossover between the 2 IPs, this isn't the only time that Halo and Forza crossed paths. In fact, it's not even the first. In Forza Horizon 3, you were given a free Warthog if you also played Halo 5 or MCC on Xbox One, though this Warthog would later be made available via events. And in Forza Horizon 5 and 6, the Warthog was just one of the many default vehicles in the game. And by default vehicles, I mean like it was just a vehicle in the game. It wasn't added in post-launch or via DLC. You still had to unlock it. Halo Legends. In the late 2000s, there was a boom of video games made by Western studios being turned into direct-to-DVD anime or anime-inspired animated projects. Dead Space, Mass Effect, and even the Dante's Inferno game got in on the trend. And the same is true for Halo, with Halo Legends, released in February of 2010. But unlike those examples, which told a single story per film, Halo Legends was an anthology film made up of 7 short films animated by 6 anime studios, these being Studio Bones, Toei Animation, B-Train, Casio Entertainment, Production IG, and 4th Degree Celsius. 6 out of the 7 shorts are canon, with the final short, Odd One Out, being the sole non-canon entry. The short is an over-the-top shonen-type reimagining of the Halo universe done by Toei Animation. As for the other shorts, there's Duel, which is about an Arbiter refusing to join the Covenant, produced by Production IG, Prototype, which takes place in the final years of the Human Covenant War, and is about a Marine using a prototype mech suit to buy time for a bunch of civilians to be evacuated during a Covenant invasion. This was produced by Studio Bones. There's The Package, which follows Master Chief and Blue Team, minus Linda, and instead 2 rando Spartans, rescuing Halsey. This was produced by Casio Entertainment. There's Origins, which serves as a history lesson of the Halo universe produced by Studio 4 Degrees. There's Homecoming, which explores how messed up the creation of Spartan 2s are, and how Spartan 2s react to discovering the truth. This was produced by both Production IG and B-Train. And finally, there's The Babysitter, which is about the rivalry between a group of ODSTs and a group of Spartans, as they're sent on a mission to assassinate a prophet. This was produced by Studio 4 Degrees. Halo Legends received a pretty positive reception at the time that's only gotten more positive. While some shorts were looked at as being way better than others, with Homecoming and Prototype being the two standouts to most people, the overall package was still very well received. Before I move on, I want to briefly mention this review for the film by Game Informer, in which they say that only people who care about Halo's story and lore would care about the film, not the people who care only about the multiplayer side of Halo. Which, like, what a nothing statement. Wow, the film is going to appeal more to people who like stories, instead of people who play Halo exclusively for multiplayer. What a shock, I can't believe it.
Malafatto, piacere, ma che fa?
Raschau, ich hab gewonnen!
C'est pas possible! No, por favor, no! Nee, Conny! No! Yes!
New Mountain Dew Game Fuel. Cranked up for Halo 3. Chug it and have no mercy.
The Gold Warthog. In the Halo 2 multiplayer maps Headlong, District, and Turf, you can find a billboard featuring a yellow or gold warthog. Back when the game came out, there was an urban legend that you could somehow unlock or spawn in this gold warthog via some convoluted Easter egg, but this, of course, just wasn't true. But it did inspire 343 years later to pay tribute to this urban legend by bringing it to life in Halo 2 Anniversary. In H2A's Forge mode, you can spawn in a golden warthog known as the Civilian Warthog. Known in-universe as just the Hog, the Civilian Warthog is exactly what it looks like. It's just a warthog designed for civilian use. The civilian model of Warthog has also made brief cameos in Halo Reach, Halo 5, and even the Mega Block set Covenant Drone Outbreak. Halo Wars 3. In October 2017, Creative Assembly pitched a third Halo Wars game to Microsoft, with the idea being that while the game would still have its traditional ground combat, it would heavily focus on air and space combat, with capital ships serving as the main headquarters for each side, and you'd be able to upgrade individual parts of the capital ships in order to boost their weapons and shields. As for the game's story, we don't know too much about it, though we know that the story would have continued to take place on Installation 0, and it seems like the Flood would have taken over parts of the Ring and would serve as a major threat in the game. The existence of this Halo Wars 3 pitch was revealed in 2017 after artist Brad Wright received the go-ahead from Microsoft to upload his art created for the pitch to the internet. However, it seems that Microsoft weren't cool with him revealing that these pieces of art were for Halo Wars 3, as shortly after releasing them, he would edit the post mentioning that they were all created for Halo Wars 2 instead. But the damage was already done, and he eventually deleted the post. Since then, two other artists, Bill Yee and Luke Kopichinski, have uploaded their own artwork that was part of the Halo Wars 3 pitch. So what happened? Why did Microsoft reject this pitch? Unfortunately, it seems like this was a case of Halo Wars 2 not selling as well as Microsoft had wanted it to. While Halo Wars 2 was viewed as an upgrade to the original game in almost every way, it still sold short of Microsoft's expectations. And so Halo Wars 3 was rejected, and in February of 2021, 343 announced that they had no intention of greenlighting a third Halo Wars game anytime soon, but they also made sure to say that maybe in the future they could. My only hope that a third game could still happen is the fact that it's been almost a decade since Halo Wars 2, and no book or comic has been made that continues that game's cliffhanger, so they're obviously still leaving a spot open for a third game to happen. Eventually. The two other elites in Halo 3. Outside of Halo 3 and 5, whenever you play the campaign's co-op, you just play as a clone of whoever the main character is, so you'll either have 4 Master Chiefs running around, or 4 Arbiters. Now, in Halo 5, there were a bunch of characters like Buck, Linda, Vale, Fred, etc. that were there for players 2 through 4 to play as. and they were also showed in cutscenes and appeared in the campaign levels even when you played solo. This isn't the case for Halo 3. While Player 2 is the Arbiter, and he still shows up in some levels even when playing solo, Players 3 and 4 play as completely new characters who, while they're in-universe, in-game, aren't there at all, and they only appear if you're playing the campaign co-op with 3 to 4 players. These two characters are elites named Endo Sram and Uzi Taham. Look man, I'm not a Sangheili, I don't know how they're pronounced. These two elites would later get stories in novels set years after the events of Halo 3, but in-game, they are literally just background characters that don't appear at all unless you play co-op with 3 to 4 players. The two of them are former Covenant Special Forces, and were crucial in the final days of the war, as they shared everything they knew about brute tactics and their command structure to the UNSC. In the aftermath of the Human Covenant War, the two would become high-level members of the Swords of Sanghelios, with Endo even becoming a shipmaster. They would also work together and become good friends with Spartan Olympia Vale. Isolation Infection. The Halo 3 map, Isolation, is an extremely unique map in the game, and overall the entire franchise. At first glance, it seems like it's just a standard flood containment facility, but as the match goes on, the map slowly starts to change. The flood hive underneath the map slowly expands and grows into the area around it. This has led to the map being known as one of the more scary or unsettling Halo maps. While it's a bit eerie to walk around an empty multiplayer map, walking around an empty multiplayer map that's literally being infected as you play it brings the creep factor to a 10. The Elite at the end of Combat Evolved has lore. In the Halo Combat Evolved level, the Maw, you briefly fight against a high-level elite, accompanied with some high-level grunts. For a majority of players, this elite is just a random enemy that you don't really think twice about, and depending on what weapon you have when you see him, you might even kill him almost immediately.
Immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at External Access Junction 4C as soon as you get my signal.
Affirmative. Echo 419 going on station.
But thanks to the novel Halo the Flood, we know that this elite has a name, that being Zuka Zamami. He's actually a main character in the book, and the central point of view character whenever the book focuses on the Covenant's perspective during the events of Combat Evolved. Anyways, as for his history and personality, he's an extremely narcissistic Special Forces member, and spent his time on Installation 4 trying over and over again to assassinate Master Chief. In fact, it's revealed in the book that the stealth elite ambush in the level The Silent Cartographer was something that he personally set up. His death in Halo the Flood is very different from how it is in the game, with him being killed by Cortana disabling the elevator he's in order to make him and his team fall to the bottom of the elevator shaft, resulting in his back being broken. So while Chief and Cortana fled the ring, Zuka was lying on the ground dying in a ton of pain, waiting for the ring to eventually explode. Diorama. Diorama was a viral marketing film that could be interacted with that was created to promote Halo 3. The film focused on a diorama of a massive battle between the UNSC and the Covenant. You'd be able to learn more about Halo lore and the battle itself by clicking on objects in the diorama, ranging from people to aliens to vehicles. Diorama was part of the Halo 3 Believe marketing campaign and served as one of the main parts of it. The other main part being a website dedicated to Jack Courage. This was an in-universe website about a war journalist named Jack Courage, who would take pictures of Master Chief and various other soldiers in battles against the Covenant. Though he would eventually be killed while taking a photo during the Battle of Mombasa, the in-universe photos taken by Courage were made using Halo action figures and models, which were also used in the creation of the Diorama film. Diorama and the entire Believe campaign were in a bit of a continuity limbo for years, due to some inconsistencies between it and Halo 3. This being a result of the producers of the marketing campaign not being told the ending of Halo 3. But in September of 2025, the Believe campaign, and by extension Diorama, was confirmed to be fully canon, as references to it were made in the short story Ghosts in Glasses. Gears 5. In Gears 5, Emil and Kat from Halo Reach were added to the game as playable characters. Instead of being skins, they were their actual own characters, and their voice actors from Reach even returned to voice them. They were unlocked by either buying the game's Ultimate Edition or by playing Gears 5 with the Xbox Game Pass. Along with Emil and Kat came a few Halo Reach cosmetics, and because of how Gears 5 works, both Emil and Kat got their own unique abilities. Well, they were unique before the Coalition made it so that you could swap these abilities between characters. Not saying this is a negative, by the way, I actually prefer it like this. Anyways, Emil's ability is a drop shield, and Kat's ability was the ability to use the hologram ability from Halo Reach. That's a lot of, I said ability a whole bunch. While not in the game, a brief explanation as to how they ended up in Gears 5 was given on Halo Waypoint. Emil and Kat were sent on a mission to an asteroid called TC-858. There they found a portal to another reality, and they traveled into it, which of course led them to the world of Gears of War. Sarah. Combat Evolved's Special Warthog. In the Halo Combat Evolved level, the Maw, the iconic Warthog run section at the end of the level had to use a special Warthog that was specifically modified in order for the player to be able to get to the ending. This is because the standard Warthog was too fast, which caused players to crash constantly while trying to get to the end of the level. And for a little while, people actually believed this. In actuality, this isn't true. There is a special Warthog in the game, and it is in the Maw, but it's also in the entire campaign. It turns out, the Warthog in the campaign has different stats than the Warthog in multiplayer, meaning that the campaign Warthog is slower than its multiplayer counterpart. This piece of misinformation came from former Bungie developer Jamie Griesemer, who misremembered how the Warthog was developed while he was in an IGN livestream. Flaming Knives on Osiris. In the Halo 5 mission, Osiris, there's an Easter egg only available on Legendary that allows players to take part in a secret boss fight. Throughout the level, there's 7 knives that you must ignite into flames, and you do this by shooting them. These knives are located right after the opening cutscene, in the first big combat area, the area right after that big combat area, a canyon in the next area, in a canyon by some icicles and banshees, just outside the level on a cliff in the area with the splinter turrets, and finally, the last area in the level. Once you shoot all 7 of them, you and any other player with you will be given a plasma pistol and the Prophet's Bane, the Arbiter's energy sword. And right after that, the Warden Eternal and a Knight will show up. Both of them are much larger than they normally are, and once you kill both of them, you get nothing. No, really, not even an achievement. Finding the Holo Drone. In the Halo 2 mission, The Oracle, there's an Easter egg that allows players to find the Holo Drone before the Heretic leader uses it at the end of the level. You're able to do this by doing some parkour around the room where the Heretic leader contacts the Arbiter and crew. So, the very beginning of the level. With some crouch jumping, glass breaking, and even grenade jumping, you'll eventually get inside one of the room's vents, and there you'll find the Holo Drone, and you'll even get an achievement for it in MCC. Though I should mention, you can't get to this vent if you jump down to where the Heretic leader talks to you. You need to start parkouring from the upper level of the room, and if you fall, you'll have to restart the level. Grunts with Toys. During the intro cutscene to the Halo 2 mission, Delta Halo, you can see a grunt playing with some toys. Well, kinda toys. The things that he's playing with change depending on the difficulty you're playing the level on. On Easy, he's playing with a stick. On Normal, he's playing with plasma grenades. On Heroic, he's playing with fire. And on Legendary, he's playing with Master Chief and Grunt dolls. This Easter egg was changed slightly for Halo 2 Anniversary. Instead of the Grunt playing by himself, a Jackal is taunting the Grunt by stealing his doll. And the doll changes depending on the difficulty. On Easy, it's the Didact. On Normal, it's the Librarian. On Heroic, it's Master Chief, and on Legendary, it's Rampant's Cortana. I would say that I hope this grunt survived the events of Delta Halo, but he is part of a genocidal cult, so I don't know, maybe he deserved the bullying. Yonhet. The Yonhet are one of the few sentient species in Halo not to appear in any game. The Yonhet were parts of the Covenant Fringe, which is a collection of various species that were used to serve the Covenant, just not in a military or political role. Basically, they served the Covenant as builders, resource and intel gatherers, and even archaeologists. They were given these latter roles due to their species having a talent for locating hard-to-find objects. The Yonhet may have been allowed to be full-time Covenant members if not for their low population. And speaking of the Yonhet population, most of them weren't actually fans of the Covenant's war with humanity, and so fled both the Covenant and the UNSC, hiding out until the war was over. Even the Yonhet loyal to the Covenant would eventually bail on them towards the end of the war. In the aftermath of the war, the Yonhet became well known throughout the galaxy as smugglers, but were also always under threat of Covenant warlords showing up to enslave them. The Yonhet have only appeared in a handful of Halo projects, most notably Halo Nightfall, as a Yonhet smuggler, Axel, is a supporting character in that film. Halo Fireteam Raven. Released in July 2018, Halo Fireteam Raven is a rail shooter arcade game made by 343 and Play Mechanics. The game takes place during the events of Combat Evolved, and reveals that, while Chief is having a blast almost dying 24/7, a 4-person team of ODSTs, called Fireteam Raven, were fighting for their lives on the ring as well. And honestly, there's not really much of a story outside of that. Fireteam Raven just goes around the Halo ring battling the Covenant and Flood, occasionally bumping into Master Chief. Although, unlike Chief, Fireteam Raven aren't so lucky, and aren't able to escape the ring in time, so they all die at the end of the game. While Fireteam Raven doesn't have this amazing story, the game does reveal some stuff about the events of Combat Evolved. For example, Scarabs and Falcons were used during the events of Combat Evolved, which honestly makes sense, seeing how Combat Evolved takes place immediately after Reach. There's also the Flood Juggernaut. This was a cut enemy from Halo 2, and would serve as mini-bosses. Basically, if you were in a room with one of them, you'd be advised to kill it before killing the rest of the Flood, because once it went down, the Flood around it would also die, and it's since been made canon, with its only appearance being in Fireteam Raven. And not only that, but Fireteam Raven actually saw the game debut of 2 different novel characters. The first being Major Antonio Silvia, and the second being the AI Wesley. They made their debut in the novel Halo the Flood, so it's really cool to see these characters finally in a game well over a decade after the release of the book. But anyways, back to the actual game. The game features 6 levels and plays like your standard arcade rail shooter. You normally use the assault rifle and can switch weapons once you find them lying around in the environment. The game also reuses a lot of assets from Combat Evolved Anniversary and H2A. Its soundtrack was even taken from Halo 5 and Spartan Assault. The game is still playable in arcades, but I'm not sure for how much longer. You'd think by now that they would release the game on Xbox and Steam for like $15 to $20, but I guess not. Though you can still play with Fireteam Raven stuff on home consoles. As in April of 2021, an entire season of content dedicated to Fireteam Raven was added to MCC. This included armor sets for Halo 3 of each of the 4 Fireteam Raven members. Surprisingly, they didn't add these ODSTs to ODST Firefight. It seems like it'd be an obvious inclusion, and you'd also figure they would have added the police from ODST's campaign as well, but I guess not. Probably like a voice acting issue. Hugging Elite. At the very end of Halo Combat Evolved, if the player played through the campaign on Legendary, you would unlock a special cutscene. The cutscene has Sergeant Johnson and an Elite fighting each other before realizing that the ring is going to explode, and that the both of them are going to die. So the 2 of them decide to hug it out while the world explodes around them. But the Elite also sneaks an ass grab, which completely ruins the mood. This Easter egg was changed a bit for Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. In this version of the cutscene, Johnson and the Elite still hug, but this time, it's Johnson who grabs the Elite's ass.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Dancing Grunts. In the Halo 4 Spartanops mission, All the Secrets, if you play the level on Legendary, there's a special little Easter egg involving some grunts. At the beginning of the level, if you use a jetpack to make your way to the second level of the facility, you can find a loudspeaker. If you destroy it and then kill all of the Covenant nearby, if you continue the level normally, you'll stumble upon a group of grunts dancing in a circle. You can then kill them all if you want. Rainbow Six. In September of 2023, Halo and Rainbow Six Siege crossed over with each other. In fact, Master Chief himself showed up in Rainbow Six as a skin for the operator Sledge. Chief didn't come empty-handed though, as he also came with 4 skins for weapons featured in Siege. These being an assault rifle skin for the L85A2 assault rifle, a sidekick skin for the P226 pistol, a gravity hammer skin for the sledgehammer, and a plasma rifle skin for the M590A1 shotgun. Finally, there was even a little weapon charm based on the weapon. Sadly, this crossover wasn't free. You had to spend 2,670 credits on it, which is about $20. Less than a year later, in March of 2024, a second Halo collab hit the Siege store, and this one was a little bit weird. Out of all of the characters, Kelly from Blue Team was chosen to be the crossover skin. Kelly's cool, don't get me wrong, but it's just kinda random, especially since she's based directly on her Halo 5 design, a game that came out roughly 9 years before this collab. This skin was for the operator Frost, and also came with a skin for the IDA-12S shotgun, and a weapon charm featuring a rabbit wearing Kelly's helmet. Pretty cool little detail because Kelly's nickname is Rabbit, and from what I remember, they don't mention that in Halo 5. But maybe they did. I've only played through Halo 5's campaign, I want to say 3 times? It's easily my least played Halo campaign. Oh yeah, and obviously this crossover wasn't free. It costed $20. Meg. Meg is an Easter egg in Combat Evolved, and it's probably the first Easter egg that you could encounter in Halo, though it took a very long time for people to actually figure it out. Once you spawned into the level Pillar of Autumn on Legendary, crouch jump onto the yellow canister behind you, and then continue the level as normal. Once Keys gives you the Magnum, kill him. Cortana will then declare that Chief has gone rampant, and suddenly a squad of invincible Marines will storm in. Run past them and go through the door they came out of, and you'll find a heart on the ceiling made out of human blood, with some bullet holes in the shape of an M. You'll need to use your flashlight in order to actually see it. This is a reference to Jamie Griesemer's girlfriend at the time, Meg. Just like the film The Meg, a second Meg Easter egg was created. This one is extremely difficult to get. In order to get it, you need to go through the entirety of the Halo 2 level Cairo Station without losing your shields. On Legendary. Upon doing that, at the very end of the level, you'll hear somebody over the loudspeakers saying, both of these Easter eggs have achievements in MCC. Mega Bloks Halo game. In 2013, development began on a non-canon spin-off Halo game based on the Mega Bloks line of Halo toys. Developed by N-Space and codenamed Project Hagar, the game was being developed for the Xbox 360, and sadly, a lot of its development history isn't known. It was never announced, and we only found out about its existence when gameplay of a prototype build of the game was leaked in January of 2017. We don't even know when the game truly began development, because there's been evidence that prototypes for the game were being developed in 2014, but it's also been stated that the game was cancelled in 2013, so I'm assuming it began development sometime in 2013, since that's the earliest year that we have. The game was being worked on for about 10 months and was being developed using the Unreal Engine. The game would have primarily been a single-player game with optional co-op heavily inspired by the LEGO games, with some major gameplay changes, including aiming and vehicle customization. Though there wouldn't just be a campaign, there was also plans for a mode called Besieged, which would have been this game's version of Firefight. There were even ideas being thrown around about having the ability to scan actual Mega Bloks sets into the game. Basically, LEGO Dimensions before LEGO Dimensions. The game was shut down by Microsoft shortly after the 10 months of development, with no reason being publicly known. Though it has been speculated it's because the game was being developed for the Xbox 360, while the Xbox One had literally just come out. After being cancelled, resources created for the game were implemented into another game by Nspace, called Backyard Heroes. But sadly, this game would also be cancelled, and Nspace would shut down in March of 2016. Another Mega Bloks Halo game was being pitched around this time as well, though this one had way less development done. This was going to be some kind of Mega Bloks Halo iOS game, but an actual style of gameplay was never actually decided upon, as concept art made for the game showed modes like an endless runner, a driving game, a side-scroller, and even a tower defense game. And finally, in September of 2024, the prototype of the Nspace game was leaked online, so now anyone can play it. 4 Banshees on the package. At the beginning of the Halo Reach level, the package, it's possible for players to get access to 4 Banshees, which basically allows you to skip over most, if not all, of the above-ground sections of the level. At least 2 players are required for this Easter egg. At the beginning of the level, there's a switch underneath the buildings near the water. You'll need a ghost in order to push the crate that's sitting in front of it out of the way. Once you do that, whichever player is by this switch has to stay there, while the other player does part 2 of the Easter egg. You might have also noticed that there actually isn't a switch here, but there is. You just gotta press another switch in order for it to appear. The second, or I guess first switch, is located behind a rock just outside the playable area in the second part of the level. Once this player presses the switch, for a limited time, the switch by the water will spawn. And if you press it in time, 4 Banshees will spawn on top of the building by the beginning of the level. Doing this Easter egg at MCC will result in an achievement. Project Ecker. Project Ecker is the most recent cancelled Halo project, being cancelled sometime in July 2026. It's believed the game began development sometime in 2023. Being developed by Certain Affinity and Halo Studios using the Unreal Engine, the game was supposedly going to be a multiplayer-only Halo game that might have been free-to-play. We don't know. Instead of being a Battle Royale game, Ecker was supposedly an evolution of Halo 5's Warzone mode, which, while controversial when the game released, has since become a fan-favorite mode. The game would play as a giant Warzone match, but there would also be an alternate mode to the game that would utilize the same maps, that being an extraction mode. And most interestingly, Project Ecker would have seen the return of playable elites and Halo 4-style armor customization. It's been theorized that this game was intended to be released around the same time as Campaign Evolved, as Campaign Evolved doesn't have a multiplayer mode, but this is just speculation. But speaking of Campaign Evolved, it seems like that game is what ultimately led to Project Ecker's death, as it's been reported that Campaign Evolved had serious problems during its development, so a bunch of developers were taken off of Project Ecker and brought in to help out on Campaign Evolved, meaning that Project Ecker kept losing developers and was no longer on track to be released anytime near Campaign Evolved, so the project was cancelled. Secret Room on the Covenant. On the Halo 3 level, The Covenant, you can find a secret room underneath Tower 2. In order to get to it, you have to break out of bounds in the level with a Hornet during the Scarab boss fight sequence by Tower 3. Once you're out of bounds, you fly towards Tower 2 from the back, and you'll eventually clip into the secret room. While you can do this by yourself, it's much easier to do it with a second player. This room serves no purpose. There's no achievements, no secrets, nor is it a room that's used for a cutscene. It's completely useless. It's been speculated that this was part of some kind of cut content for the level, but nobody really has any idea what content could have been here in the first place. Whatever the reason, it's just a secret little room that you can show your friends, and impress them for like 2 seconds before they throw a plasma grenade at the back of your head for wasting their time. The Secret Elites in Halo Reach. The elites shown killing Kat, Emil, and Noble 6 were part of the Devoted Sentries, a group of elites tasked with collecting Forerunner artifacts, and its leader was an elite field marshal named Orsolar Atali. He can be seen in Winter Contingency, New Alexandria, and the Pillar of Autumn, where he's killed. Now it's been theorized by some that these guys are connected with a reoccurring Easter egg in Halo Reach. The Bobs. These are secret ranger elites found throughout the campaign, and usually despawn or run away when confronted with Noble Team, which is why they're connected to the Devoted Centuries, as they were probably ordered to keep an eye on Noble Team, but don't engage them unless you have to. But this is just a fan theory. Officially, they're not connected. There are dozens and dozens of Bobs throughout the game, and they're usually pretty hard to find. Some of the more notable Bobs include an elite at the very beginning of the game who runs away while cloaked. If you kill them, you'll get a datapad. There's a Bob piloting a Banshee for a very brief period of time in New Alexandria. At the beginning of the level Long Night of Solace, on the beach portion of the level, a Bob will spawn out of a Covenant drop pod, only to then clip into the ground and despawn almost immediately. And there's a Bob flying a Banshee in the level Exodus, during the part of the level where you hop into a Falcon. These elites were referred to as Bobs as a reference to Bob Misk, who was a developer at Bungie who worked on Marathon, and would help out a bit on the Halo series. Bungie's Halo 4. So Bungie wanted to move on from Halo for quite a while, but were in an agreement with Microsoft to produce exclusively Halo games up until Halo Reach. And after Reach, Bungie was allowed to walk and make a new game. That of course ended up being the Destiny franchise. But Halo Reach wasn't the original final game in this agreement. A group of Bungie developers did come up with a pitch for a Halo 4, in which Chief wakes up from his cryosleep and battles a brand new enemy faction while uncovering an ancient Forerunner mystery. And that's sadly all we know about this pitch, as it never got very far in development, nor was it even pitched to Microsoft. This was because, while some developers did want to make Halo 4, this would be their final Halo game, which would mean that they would be starting a brand new chapter in the Halo franchise, only to then walk away from it. And that didn't really sit right for the studio, so they decided to instead make Halo Reach. And no, this iconic image from way back in the day was not from Bungie's Halo 4. This is an edited screenshot from the game Gunman Chronicles. Happy birthday, Lauren. In Halo 3, if you change your Xbox 360's date to Christmas Day, and then start up any campaign level, but before the animation leading into the loading screen ends, press both thumbsticks down, instead of the normal loading screen, a message saying, "Happy birthday Lauren" will play. This was added in by former Bungie programmer Adrian Perez as a reference to his wife Lauren. Hopefully this Easter egg didn't end up aging poorly like that one Spider-Man PS4 Easter egg. Cancelled MMO. In the early 2000s, Microsoft wanted their own rival MMO to Blizzard's World of Warcraft, so they had Ensemble Studios begin work on a sci-fi MMO that would eventually evolve into a Halo MMO codenamed Orion, though it would later change to Titan. The game was in development up until late 2007, but was shut down by Microsoft. Not because they deemed the project bad, but simply because there was a change in leadership at Microsoft, and when leadership changes in entertainment companies, most of the stuff from the previous leadership that's still being produced is usually cancelled. That, and the game's budget was starting to get a little bit much. So Ensemble Studios was tasked with working on Halo Wars instead. So what was Titan going to look like? Well, it was going to be a prequel set thousands of years prior to the events of the mainline series, and would have taken place when Forerunners were still around. Though despite this, the game would feature designs from both the Covenant and the UNSC, including species taken straight from the main series, like elites, brutes, and grunts. So, not sure what was up with that. Obviously, it was to let people know that it was still a Halo game, but, this would break a whole lot of lore. The Forerunners also looked extremely human, to the point where they might as well be humans. The actual story of Titan is pretty much completely unknown. All we have is concept art and screenshots from prototype builds of the game. Gameplay-wise, it seems like it was going to be extremely similar to World of Warcraft, having you level up by fighting enemies like brutes, elites, and gray aliens. There would also be a power armor system in the game alongside vehicles. And finally, there is going to be a mix of gun, psychic, and melee combat in the game, with primitive-looking versions of energy swords and gravity hammers being just some of the many weapons you could use. Reach Racer. In the Halo Reach mission, Oni Sword Base, there's an Easter egg where you can play a racing minigame. You need at least 2 players to do this Easter egg, as not only do you need somebody to race against, but you also need to press 2 switches at the exact same time in order to activate the Easter egg. The first switch is by the frozen waterfall near the Gamma Ray. If you aim your weapon at it, you'll get an option to open a door, despite there obviously not being a door there. And the second switch is on top of some rocks near the anti-air gun. You need to look at the nearby base in order to get the door indicator to appear. If both players press the interact button at the exact same time, they'll get the objective Reach Racer, and then be teleported to the entrance of the sword base. Some gosshogs will spawn, and you can drive them around in a race around the level. And it's not a friendly race either, as if you lose, your vehicle explodes. Secret Grunts. In almost every Bungie Halo game, there's a secret grunt that doesn't attack or run away from you. Instead, they talk to you, and each of these grunts has a little nickname attached to them. In Halo Combat Evolved, there's the Thirsty Grunt, who can be found in the level The Maw during the Warthog run.
Good thing that food nipple's waiting for me at the starship, 'cause man, if I worked up a big grunty thirst!
Then, in Halo 2, there's the Cowardly Grunt, who can be found in the level Uprising in the room right after the cavern sequence.
Please, no hurt, me like elites. Brutes stinky bad. Me stay here, make sure no brutes come behind Mighty Arbiter.
In Halo 3, there's the Final Grunt, who can be found in the level Halo during the Warthog run.
Hey, demon! The jerk store called, and they're all out of you! Poor you! Stolen at the age of 6 and conscripted into the military. Okay, look, you let me live. I got the fist of front. Look, I'll be the bottom. I'll polish your boots. I'll polish your helmet. It's the gas. When I'm on the gas, I don't know what I'm doing half the time.
And then finally, in Halo Reach, there's the Dreaming Grunt, who can actually be found in multiple levels. Basically, if you see a sleeping grunt, there's a chance that that sleeping grunt will actually be the Dreaming Grunt.
Funny, but I dream in English.
While not having a secret grunt in Halo 4, 343 decided to continue the tradition in Halo 5 with the Singing Grunt in the level Reunion. He's found by a ledge at the end of a secret pathway right before you ambush the Covenant early in the level, and sadly, you actually have to kill this grunt, as that's the only way to get the skull that he's holding.
La-da-dee-do-do, la-da-da-da, na-da-dee, la-da-dee-do-do, la-da-da-da, na-da-dee.
Rocket League. In February 2016, the game Rocket League crossed over with Halo, but unlike other crossovers with games on multiple systems, this crossover was exclusive to Xbox users, and to this day, still is. In fact, if you're playing against an Xbox player who's using the Halo crossover vehicle, but you're on PC or PlayStation, you won't see their Halo vehicle, but instead the Rocket League car known as the Octane. Anyways, the crossover vehicle added to Rocket League was called the Hog Sticker, and is a modified Warthog that has 2 giant needlers that give the car a boost. This Warthog, nicknamed the Needle Hog, was actually canonized to an extent via a Halo Waypoint article, where it's revealed that this Needle Hog concept was pitched to AMG Transport Dynamics, the company behind the Warthog, for use in motorsports. This idea was quickly shot down by the company for being absolutely crazy. Anyways, back to Rocket League. In 2017, a second Halo collab happened, but this one was a lot less interesting. Instead of introducing another new vehicle, it only included cosmetics, like antennas referencing Guilty Spark, New Mombasa, the Swords of Sanghelios, and the Insurrectionists. Honestly, the Insurrectionists getting a nod in this crossover is probably the most interesting thing about it. pistol kanji. In Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 3, and ODST, there's writing on the magnums. In Combat Evolved, the writing is in Japanese and written in kanji, and it translates to 7. This is a reference to Bungie's obsession with the number 7. There's also kanji on the bottom of the magnum, which translates to power. In Halo 3, the magnum's writing was changed to Korean, and is now written in Hangul. Despite the language change, it still translates to 7. And finally, in Halo 3 ODST, the silenced magnum also has a 7 written on it in Hangul. Funny enough, when the silenced magnum was added to Helldivers 2, they kept the Korean writing, but changed it up a bit, so instead of it reading as 7, it now translates to freedom. Halo 2 Vista. In 2007, the world was introduced to the greatest Halo experience of all time. That, of course, being Halo 2. While Halo 2 originally came out in 2004, the Windows Vista ports of the game didn't release until 2007. Until MCC was added to Steam in 2019, this was the last time a mainline Halo game was on PC. Developed by Hired Gun and Pi Studios, the reason why Halo 2 Vista was released much later than the normal version of the game was because Halo 2 wasn't originally supposed to release on PC. It was decided for Halo 2 to release on PC in 2007 due to Microsoft wanting to push their Games for Windows service, basically their own gaming service that would rival Steam, and obviously lost to Steam. And because Halo 3 would be too much to port to PC at the time, Halo 2 was chosen instead. Originally planned to allow players to play crossplay between Windows Vista and Xbox, this was scrapped, and so people who were stuck with this version of the game were stuck playing with like 30 people online at a time. This is because this is easily the least popular mainline Halo game ever released, at least in terms of sales. The Vista port did have something unique about it though, a map editor that let you, edit maps. It also came with 2 original maps, District and Uplift, but at the cost of Desolation and Tombstone being removed from the game. Thankfully, both District and Uplift were added to MCC. But there's still actually a unique map to Halo 2 Vista, that being Example. Okay, this isn't really a map. Example was intended to serve as a tutorial for the game's map editor tool, so you're not really supposed to play normal matches on it, nor is it in the game's matchmaking. Example was actually supposed to be one of many tutorial example maps for Halo 2 Vista, but the rest were scrapped. Though 2 of these scrapped tutorial levels would be released as free downloads online, these maps being Earth City and Beach Battle. Fun fact, my first ever personal computer was a Windows Vista laptop I had until, 2016. It still actually works, but only plugged in, and it smells like it's gonna catch fire at any second when it's on. Anyways, while you can still play Halo 2 Vista, the multiplayer servers for the game were shut down in July 2015. Halo Landfall. Halo Landfall is a series of 3 live-action short films directed by Neil Blomkamp. These being Arms Race, Combat, and Last One Standing. As mentioned earlier, these films used props created for the cancelled live-action Halo film. Landfall was created to promote Halo 3, and focused on Marines and ODSTs battling brutes. And only brutes. No grunts, elites, or jackals appear in the film. Now these short films don't really have a story. Things obviously happen in them, and there are characters, such as the ODST members, Hartley and Rayman, but there's not really, an actual story, you know? Which is fine, because these were just promotional films. Releasing in July, August, and September 2007, these films would eventually be merged together to make one 7-minute-long short film called Halo Landfall, that was made available on Bungie.net and the Xbox Live Marketplace. The sniper rifle prop for the film actually almost got somebody arrested, as 2 years after the film was released, in September 2009, police were called to investigate Bungie headquarters because somebody had reported that somebody was walking around town with an AK-47 and had entered the building. Turns out, though, this was actually just a Bungie employee moving the sniper rifle prop from storage into the Bungie office. Club Arrera Rave. In the Halo Reach level, New Alexandria, there's an Easter egg that allows you to party with various members of the Covenant in the days before they commit genocide and glass the planet. In order to do this Easter egg, you have to wait until the game tells you to go to Club Aurora. But don't actually go there. Instead, fly to the hospital and look for a landing platform with some trees. There you'll find a switch, and if you press it, it'll change up the club so that instead of the Covenant waiting to fight you, they'll now be chilling out at the club with some grunts dancing, a brute DJing, and some other brutes serving as waiters. A second part to this Easter egg can be done if you head to the top of Virent Tower after activating the first switch. On top of the tower, there's another switch, and if you press that switch, the song The Siege of Mandragora will start playing in the club. I should probably explain why the Siege of Mandragora is in multiple Halo games, seeing how this is the second time I've mentioned it in this video. This was a song created for the game Myth the Fallen Lords, and has been used in every single Bungie Halo game as an Easter egg in order to pay tribute to one of their earlier games. I Love Bees. This was an ARG created to promote Halo 2. Players were first introduced to it when they saw a URL at the end of the Halo 2 cinematic trailer, and upon going to the website that the URL led to, well, everything seemed a little bit messed up. The website had almost nothing to do with Halo, and was instead a website created by a girl named Donna, who made the site for her aunt Margaret. And recently, the site was seemingly hacked, which messed everything up. Turns out, though, this website was hacked by a UNSC AI named Melissa, who was split up into 3 pieces by an alien artifact. 2 of the pieces, the Operator and the Sleeping Princess, were sent back in time to 2004, while Durga, the final piece, stayed in 2552. Seeing how there's time travel, yeah, this ARG isn't actually, fully canon. Anyways, back to the story. The Covenant have also sent their own AI back into the past in order to take out the 2 AI pieces. And this is where you come in. You would work together with the Operator to destroy Sleeping Princess, as the AI believed that Sleeping Princess was the Covenant spy AI. While this was all going on, a bunch of crazy stuff was also happening in the future, and you'd have to call real-life phone numbers using payphones in order to progress through the story. Eventually, the ARG came to an end when Durga was able to bring both the Operator and Sleeping Princess back to the future, and they merged back together, only for the Covenant to then arrive on Earth. Select players won the ability to play Halo 2's multiplayer early, and were also given the I Love Bees DVD, which contained all of the audio drama portions of the ARG, and some bonus material created for the website. If you want this DVD, good luck getting it, because it goes for like $10,000 on eBay. While I mentioned that this ARG isn't canon, there are some elements of it that are. For example, some characters and locations mentioned in the 2552 portion of the story have appeared or been mentioned in other Halo media. The best way to look at it is that characters from I Love Bees are canon, but the actual story isn't. Finally, I have to mention the Hurricane Ivan incident. During Hurricane Ivan, somebody went to a payphone and called into the ARG. But once the guy on the other end of the phone call heard that the player was calling from the middle of a hurricane, he broke a character and told him to put the phone down and get to safety. Imagine almost dying in a hurricane because you were so obsessed with a Halo 2 ARG.
Now that there's Halo 4 double XP under every cap of Mountain Dew, I have to start training! Because the more dew you drink, the more double XP you get! And the more double XP you get, the more I get to rank up faster! So stock up on double XP and I'll keep training like a beast! That way together, we can dominate Halo 4! 7,000. Are you with me? Yes! Yes. Now drink that dew!
Ambient life. Halo has had a very long history with ambient life. This is referring to random animals wandering around levels. Basically, the idea is that these animals walking around help the game simulate a real living world. While ambient life has appeared in most of the franchise, Anytime a studio tries to put a big emphasis on it, it doesn't end up happening. For example, in Combat Evolved, there were plans for a ton of alien creatures to wander around levels. From big bugs to dinosaur ostriches that you could ride, hyena antelopes, and whatever the hell this thing is. While most of these creatures were fully modeled, they were cut from the game due to a bunch of different reasons, including AI problems and performance issues. Though many of these creatures would be canonized in future Halo projects, such as the Blind Wolf. In Halo Wars, there were plans for several animals to walk around levels and fight both the UNSC and the Covenant. Some of the creatures that were cut from the game include various Arctic monsters that look like a cross between a dog and a yeti, the Thorn Beast, which was also cut from Combat Evolved, and a mean-looking creature called an Oxyania. Honestly, these guys look like they're from Star Wars Rebels. And then there's Halo Infinite, which promised ambient life in its very first trailer, with the Crusher and a big prehistoric rhino-looking thing called the Brontothir. The Thorn Beast was also supposed to be an Infinite, but was once again cut. The only remnant of ambient life that can be found in the game can be seen in several multiplayer maps, in which you can sometimes see birds, rats, and gophers running around. Ambient life was also cut from Halo 4, though it wasn't supposed to be this huge thing in the game. The 3 pieces of ambient life that we know were cut from the game include the giant sky leviathan, the flying squid, and the sky jellyfish. All of them would be seen flying around Requiem. The Halo game with the most amount of ambient life is probably Halo Reach. As in that game, you can find the Moa in the levels Winter Contingency and Nightfall, and the Gunta in the level Nightfall. But Reach was supposed to have even more ambient life, with the Gunta appearing in multiple other levels, but this was cut due to resource constraints. And the Moa was also supposed to be able to attack you. Sadly, it's unknown why this was cut. All other cases of ambient life in the series are pretty minor, like the iconic Halo 3 rat, the Krincodon in Halo 5, and the Quadwing in both Halo 2 and Halo 3. The Stormboat. In the Halo 3 level, The Storm, you can find a shipwrecked boat that looks like Master Chief's helmet. Well, kinda. It's a little hard to see since the top of the boat kinda messes with it. But the part of the boat that's supposed to be underwater looks almost exactly like Master Chief's helmet. There's also an Easter egg inside the boat, an Easter egg within an Easter egg. A blurry picture of a pirate that reads Pimps at Sea. This is a reference to a long-running April Fool's joke by Bungie, as they announced that Pimps at Sea was a game and a movie that they were developing in 2001, 2003, 2007, and 2011. Secret Spartan in Halo Reach. In the Halo Reach level, the Pillar of Autumn, it's possible to find a secret Spartan NPC hidden in the Pillar of Autumn's hangar. It's only possible to see it using mods, console commands, or doing some glitches in theater mode. This unkillable secret Spartan is unarmed and just stands there doing nothing. And weirdly, he's wearing all black armor, something that you can't actually do in Halo Reach. For years, people assumed that this was some sort of Easter egg, but it turns out this wasn't actually an intentional Easter egg, but instead a glitch of sorts. It turns out the Spartan is listed in the game's files as Master Chief, but he's not a character, and is instead listed as a scenery object. It's unknown why this bootleg Master Chief is here, but Bungie have confirmed that it's a glitch, or technical issue. Is he related to the Master Chief Easter egg that you can find at the very same level? It's possible, and honestly, probable. Gay elites in Halo 2. In Halo 2, there's a line of dialogue that you can get from an elite while playing as the Arbiter that only appears if you have the "I would have been your daddy" skull on. And this line of dialogue implies that the elite talking to the Arbiter is gay.
Well, Arbiter, I think you're cute too.
Destiny awaits. In Halo 3 ODST, you can find a poster with the Earth and Moon on it, with text reading, "Destiny awaits." This poster can be found in various locations in Mombasa streets. This was a tease for Bungie's next franchise, Destiny. Now some may think that this was just a coincidence, and it wasn't actually teasing Destiny. But when ODST was ported to MCC, the poster was changed to remove the Destiny Awaits line, and now the poster reads, "For her." Crazy to think that Bungie was planning Destiny all the way back during the development of ODST. It's also crazy to think that the entire Destiny franchise is, it's dead. Probably. Giant Sandwich. In Halo Infinite's campaign, there's a cave by the Reformation Spire that holds a terrifying secret. If you enter it, you'll find a bunch of Banished that you'll have to fight. And after you take care of them, you can then grab the Spartan core that they were guarding. Most players would just assume that's it, but there's something else in the cave. Near where the plasma cannon is mounted, there's a hole in the ceiling, and if you use the grapple shot to enter the hole, you'll stumble upon a cave with a giant sandwich being worshipped by grunts who can't be killed. Fistful of Arrows. A Fistful of Arrows is a fan-made webcomic that tells the backstory of June from Halo Reach and how he escaped the planet. The webcomic was released in October of 2010 and even received a soundtrack made for it. The story was written by Levi Hoffmeyer and was received extremely well. So much so that both Bungie and 343 have acknowledged it, and even made it canon. Well, kinda. The story has been referenced a few times in blog posts, but these references have just been nothing more than that, references. But then, in Halo Infinite, it was revealed that the events of Fistful of Arrows is one of the many conflicting reports on how June survived the fall of Reach. So the events of A Fistful of Arrows is essentially an in-universe rumor. I wouldn't be surprised if the upcoming novel Halo Fireteam Noble references this story in some way, seeing how that book is going to focus on June as the protagonist, set around the events of the Banished conflict. Travis Brady on Standoff. The Halo 3 multiplayer map Standoff actually features a second Easter egg that references a Bungie developer. You can find a 3D artist Travis Brady chilling out by a satellite dish. You can see this Easter egg by either using a sniper rifle or by glitching out of the map. The PNG of Travis Brady actually appears by all of the satellites, meaning that there's literally an entire army of Travis Brady clones on the map. Is Locke dead? As mentioned earlier, Halo Infinite had a very troubled production, and a lot of story content was cut from the game, mainly involving the Banished. I bring this up because it's been speculated that Locke from Halo 5 was going to be in Halo Infinite at one point. This is because his helmet and a chest piece are actually in the game. The Banished member, Hyperius, has Locke's helmet and a chest piece on his armor as a trophy. But the crazy thing about this is that it's not mentioned in the game at all. Like, Chief doesn't bring this up at all, which has led to many people to speculate that this is a remnant of some cut content from the game. And seeing how Hyperius appears in the game with little to no introduction and is then killed by Chief immediately, it does seem like a section of the game involving him was cut. Maybe there was going to be a section of the game where Chief had to rescue Locke, who was captured by this guy. Or maybe Hyperius was going to use Locke as bait. Like, Locke is dead, but the Banished pretend that he's alive and that he's captured to lure in Spartans and Marines looking to rescue him. Basically what the Empire does with Luminara in Star Wars. And once Chief shows up to rescue Locke and finds out that he's dead, Hyperius would show up wearing the armor in order to taunt him. It's also been speculated that Griffin, the Spartan that Chief fails to rescue, was supposed to be Locke at some point during development. Keep in mind, though, everything that I just said there was all speculation. None of that's confirmed. But the point of this entry is, since Hyperius has Locke's destroyed armor, is Locke dead? The last bit of lore that we have about Locke is that he was on some mission called Operation Breaker Trip, and was seemingly working alone, as we know that Vale is on Sang Helios during the events of Infinite. Buck quit Fireteam Osiris, and Tanaka hasn't been mentioned since 2019. But if Locke's death was something that was cut from the game, did he still die in canon? Nobody at Halo Studios has commented on this mystery, so I think it's safe to say that he's alive, because not only is this cut content, but also, if he was dead, they probably would have mentioned it in Infinite's sequel novel, Edge of Dawn. Usable Pelican Turret. In the Halo Reach level, Long Night of Solace, you can actually get inside of the Pelican's turret by crouching next to its cockpit, walking towards it, and spamming the enter button. You can't see anything at first when you get into the turret, so you have to move the turret around and shoot it in order to clear up the screen. While inside of the turret, you can't be killed, so it's pretty much required for legendary and especially lasso runs of the level. Doing this Easter egg in MCC gives you an achievement. I literally do this every time I play the level. I can't actually remember the last time I played this section of the level normally. Funny enough, when playing the game in split screen, normally player 1 is the Noble 6 in cutscenes, but if player 1 is inside the Pelican turret as the ending cutscene begins, player 2 will be the Noble 6 in the cutscene instead. Grunt in a Barrel. In the Halo Reach DLC map, Penance, you can spot a grunt T-posing inside of a barrel going over the map's waterfall. Once he hits the bottom of the waterfall, he disappears, but you can actually stop him from disappearing by catching him in Forge mode, allowing you to get a good look at him. You can then push him around the map. This Easter egg is a reference to Annie Edson Taylor, an American teacher born in the 1830s who decided for her 63rd birthday that she would go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. And against all odds, she survived. This grunt, on the other hand, does not survive his fall, unless of course you save him. Henry. In the short story collection Halo Evolutions, released in November 2009, there's a story called The Mona Lisa. The story follows some Marines investigating the UNSC prison ship the Mona Lisa after it stopped near Installation 4 and hasn't really been responding to anyone. It turns out that the Mona Lisa was hit with a flood outbreak after some flood escaped UNSC custody. You see, the UNSC were doing experiments on the flood in an attempt to control it, and were using Sangheili prisoners as test subjects. This is where Henry comes into play. Henry is an elite who was a prisoner on the Mona Lisa and escaped custody due to the outbreak. But also due to the outbreak, he's not able to escape the ship, and so he decides to ally himself with a human prisoner named Rimmer. And when the Marines show up, they team up with Rimmer and Henry to destroy the Mona Lisa and escape. Not only is Henry notable for being one of the first elites to ever ally themselves with humanity, but he also uses a cricket bat as his primary weapon during the outbreak. By the end of the story, all of the Marines are killed, except for one, a woman named Zhao Hang Lopez. Her and Henry are at first cool with each other escaping, but when they find out that there's only one escape pod left, they both immediately return to being enemies and try to kill each other. The story ends on a cliffhanger, with it being a mystery who wins the fight and escapes. Or doesn't escape. Years after the story's release, an article revealed that nobody survived the events of the Mona Lisa. So what most likely happened is that either they weren't able to defeat each other before the ship exploded, and so they both died, or one of them did escape, but were killed by Oni in an attempt to cover up the Mona Lisa outbreak. The original Halo Wars 2. In 2014, Graham Devine, the lead designer for Halo Wars 1, held a Reddit AMA, and in it, he revealed his pitch for a Halo Wars 2. At least, his pitch for how the game would begin. His version of Halo Wars 2 would open up with Cutter waking up from cryosleep 3 years after the events of Halo Wars 1. Serena is still alive, and Anders never actually went into cryosleep. It turns out she set up a program to wake her up from cryosleep 30 seconds after Cutter put himself on ice. So for the past 3 years, Serena and Anders were flying the Spirit of Fire towards a Forerunner facility. But that's not the craziest twist. That would be the fact that Forge is alive and is now rocking a beard. It turns out that he found a teleporter right before the Shield world blew up, and the teleporter brought him to a Forerunner facility where he would spend the next 3 years waiting for the Spirit of Fire to rescue him. It's highly unlikely that this version of Halo Wars 2 was ever pitched to Microsoft, and it's more than likely that this was just Devine's idea he had in case he got to make a sequel. Last thing that I'll mention is that originally, Awakening the Nightmare wasn't going to involve the Flood at all. It was instead going to be a DLC focusing on introducing the Prometheans into the Halo Wars series, with them being the big bad of the DLC, and possibly even being playable in multiplayer, with the Warden Eternal being a leader. The Banished wouldn't have been playable in the DLC. Instead, you'd be playing as the crew of the Spirit of Fire, and it seems like this DLC was going to be a straight-up continuation of Halo Wars 2's post-credit scene. But this DLC was cut in favor of doing a Flood DLC. Scrapped Elites and ODST theory. There's a theory that Halo 3 ODST was originally going to have a section of the game that would have included elites fighting both the player and the Covenant. This theory stems from 3 different things. One is that you can find dead elites in certain areas around New Mombasa. 2 is that the game takes place during Halo 2, which is when the Covenant betrayed the elites. And finally, if you mod elites into ODST's campaign, they'll attack both you and the brutes. It's also been theorized that maybe they were cut from the game for time and money, since Bungie would have to rebuild the elite AI for ODST, since they weren't enemies in Halo 3. It's an interesting theory, but personally, I'm not super convinced. And to this day, no Bungie developer has ever commented on this theory. Goofy Yell. In Halo 2, if you die, there's a chance that instead of the standard death sound for Chief, instead, you'll hear Chief's voice actor, Steve Downes, doing an impression of the iconic Goofy Yell. This was something he did as a joke during the development of Combat Evolved, and so Bungie decided to add it to Halo 2 as a very rare Easter egg. As far as we know, it happens at complete random, though there's been many attempts over the years to see if there's actually a way to trigger it. It's been reported that this laugh can be heard in the levels Delta Halo and High Charity. This laugh was also in the Halo 3 beta, and would occasionally play when a player was killed. Battle Rifle Plasma Rifle. This is a unique weapon that appears in the Halo 2 level Sacred Icon, and as its name suggests, it's literally a battle rifle and plasma rifle merged together. It's used in a very similar way to the Scarab Gun, but unlike the Scarab Gun, you can't actually use it normally in-game, or even see it. You can only see it by modding the game, as it's only seen in Sacred Icon's opening cutscene, when the Arbiter is saved from the Enforcer by Tartarus. Using mods, you can pick this weapon up, but it looks like a normal plasma rifle. Instead of having the Phantom immediately show back up to shoot the Enforcer, this weapon was used as an off-screen prop to shoot Phantom rounds at the Enforcer in order to make the scene more dramatic. And so, when you use the Battle Rifle Plasma Rifle, it shoots out Phantom and Shade Turret rounds. But why is there a Battle Rifle attached to it before you pick it up? Well, this is because the battle rifle isn't actually part of the weapon. The battle rifle is just an object that was attached to the plasma rifle in order to keep the weapon in place during the cutscene. As if the plasma rifle wasn't attached to anything, it would just fall to the ground during the cutscene. The Didact doesn't die in Halo 4. So I imagine there's a lot of people who don't know that the Didact's story doesn't actually end with Halo 4. That's because you don't kill him. Yup, the Didact doesn't die at the end of Halo 4. It turns out, when he falls to his supposed death in the game, he actually fell into a portal that teleported him away to Installation 3. Upon arriving on the Halo ring, he kills the fan-favorite Spartan team, Black Team, and then he decides that he's just kinda done with everything, and so plans on repairing Installation 3 so that he can then activate it and wipe out all life in the universe. Luckily for the universe, Chief and Blue Team show up to stop him, and it's here that Chief and Didact actually have a fight, instead of a QuickTime event like they do in Halo 4. And this fight ends with the Didact being composed. This part of his story was told in issues 8 through 10 of the comic series Halo Escalation, and takes place only a few days after Halo 4. But while his physical form was destroyed, his soul, or essence, was still around in the digital world of the domain. And it's here the Didact actually gets a redemption arc. While inside the domain, he's not exactly thrilled when Cortana takes control of it and starts causing mayhem in the physical world, so the Didact goes on a journey in the domain to defeat Cortana and take control of the domain. In fact, the Didact is actually the one who kills the Warden Eternal. The two have a lengthy battle inside of the domain, which ends with the Didact literally destroying every single version of the Warden Eternal. Instead of taking over the domain and being evil, the Didact instead decides to guard the domain, severing its connection to the physical world in order to prevent Cortana, or anyone else, from using it to take over the universe. And he's currently still chilling out in the domain. This part of his story was told in the novel Halo Epitaph. Feryx. In both Combat Evolved and Halo 2, you can find Easter eggs referring to Bungie programmer Tyson Green. This is because, well, he added them to the game. In the Combat Evolved level, the Maw, you can find the word Rex spelt out with blood on a platform during the part of the Warthog run where you do the big jump. Then in the Halo 2 mission, Outskirts, if you break out of the level, you can walk around the roofs of the buildings, and eventually you'll stumble upon a building with a chunk of its roof gone. Jump into the building, and you'll find an energy sword with infinite swings and the word Rex spelt out with rocks. Or with shotgun shells in H2A. At least, you might see this Easter egg. You see, this Easter egg's weird because it doesn't always spawn in, and sometimes it spawns in incomplete. Like, Rex will be there, but not the sword. And finally, in the level The Great Journey, you can find the word Rex written out in flood blood on top of the control room. The word Rex is a reference to Green's Xbox username, Feryx. Killer Instinct. In March 2016, the Arbiter was added into the fighting game Killer Instinct 2013. Except, it's not really the Arbiter. While he's called the Arbiter and shares the Arbiter's design from Halo 5, this isn't the Arbiter. Instead, he's an original character that's meant to be an amalgamation of various different Arbiters throughout the Halo series. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if they did this because they couldn't afford Keith David. Further backing up that point is the fact that his quotes are very obviously meant to be the Arbiters, as he mentions fighting the Flood and even killing Truth. While he sports the Halo 5 Arbiter design as his default look, he luckily has the Arbiter's appearance from Halo 2 as a skin, which is just an upgrade in about every way. As for his story, he doesn't have any. He just shows up in the Killer Instinct universe, and that's that. Arbiter also came with a new stage for the game, the Arena of Judgment, which is set on San Helios during a battle between the Swords of San Helios and the Covenant Remnant. The stage even has a special move in which a Scarab crashes through the arena to cause mayhem, while a destroyed Banshee crashes into the stage and crushes the opponent. Playable Grunt. In the Halo 2 level Outskirts, you can actually play as a grunt through a glitch. You can only do this glitch in co-op, as you have to kill your co-op partner with a plasma grenade. After doing that, you then have to run over to the front of the destroyed Pelican at the very beginning of the level, and then restart the mission while making sure that your partner doesn't respawn. Once the level restarts, stick your partner again with a plasma grenade, and then start meleeing the air for a bit while walking towards the door to the next area. Then back away from the door while still meleeing the air, and then your partner will respawn as a grunt. As a grunt, you can't drive any vehicles besides a ghost, but you can use turrets. Your jump is reduced by a whole lot because you're obviously way smaller, and the Covenant won't attack you. But you're not safe because the Marines will attack you instead. It's been theorized that this glitch occurs because when the player respawns, they accidentally take over the Grunt NPC that's set to spawn right after you enter the door at the beginning of the level. Since both the Grunt and Master Chief are going to spawn there, the game gets confused and switches the models. Halo Starfighter. Halo Starfighter is a rejected pitch for a Halo spin-off game focused on starfighter combat. During the development of Halo Infinite, it was pretty common for 343 developers to take a break from working on the game by creating game pitches and prototypes. This is called a game jam, and they're pretty common for game studios. Starfighter was a pitch created by Josh Cow, Brian May, Ryan Roth, David Heidhoff, Jeff Easterling, and Kevin Schmidt. Now, when Halo Starfighter got leaked to the public years after it was pitched, it was falsely reported that this game was cancelled. This isn't true, because Halo Starfighter was never in development. Game pitches and prototypes created in game jams aren't meant to actually become full-on projects. Sometimes they do, but oftentimes it's just to express some creativity. It is possible that Halo Starfighter was seriously pitched at some point, but from what we know, it never was. Other game jam pitches and prototypes created by 343 include an ODST spiritual successor, a turn-based strategy game inspired by Valkyria Chronicles, and a Halo MOBA game, Flyable Pelican and a Phantom in Halo Reach. In the Halo Reach level, New Alexandria, there's an Easter egg that's only available on Legendary. This Easter egg was meant to give players what they've been asking for since the very beginning of the franchise: the ability to pilot a Pelican and a Phantom. If you complete all of the objectives given to you by the time you get to the part of the level where you're told to destroy the Shade turrets at Oni HQ, fly your Falcon towards a building west of Club Aurora. There you'll find a chunk of the building missing, and a switch on the ceiling of the missing chunk. There's no floor, so you have to use a jetpack in order to activate it. So park your Falcon on the building's ledge, and then use the jetpack to activate the switch. Then get back in the Falcon, and fly towards a tower with a diamond archway. If you go through the archway using a Falcon, it'll transform into a Pelican, and if you go through it with a Banshee, it'll transform into a Phantom. Both players in co-op and NPCs can man the Phantom and Pelican's turrets. You can also fly out of bounds with either vehicle without dying. But be careful, because while you can fly them around, they aren't really feature complete, meaning that they're pretty buggy and can glitch through buildings, and sometimes even eject passengers if you turn too fast. Microsoft Flight Simulator. In June 2022, in order to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Flight Simulator franchise, its latest release at the time, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, crossed over with Halo. A Pelican from Halo Infinite was added to the game's catalog of aircraft. And because Microsoft Flight Simulator uses the entire Earth as its playable area, you can literally fly a Pelican around the world. You can even fly it to your own house if you want to. The Pelican is almost identical to how it appears in Halo Infinite, with the only major change being the removal of its chin turret, instead having a searchlight. Like the other aircraft in the game, you can customize the Pelican with a bunch of different color schemes, with the most interesting color scheme being the New Mombasa Police Department Pelican from ODST. Marathon Easter eggs. Throughout the Halo series, there's been various Easter eggs referencing the Marathon franchise. For those that don't know, this was Bungie's first ever video game franchise, and since it was a sci-fi first-person shooter, it was a heavy influence on Halo, especially Combat Evolved. Some of these Easter eggs are pretty obvious, while others are much less obvious. The most obvious one being the fact that the logo for the Marathon franchise is literally the Forerunner symbol for Reclaimer, which means that the Marathon logo is in plenty of Forerunner locations throughout the series. Not even just Forerunner locations though, as in Combat Evolved, the Pillar of Autumn features the Marathon symbol on its sides. In fact, Captain Keyes has the symbol on his uniform. Hell, Installation 4 and 8's control rooms are designed like the Marathon logo. But enough about the logo. Other Easter eggs and references include Foehammer's name being a reference to the Marathon Infinity level of the same name. You can find scraps of promo art for Marathon around Mombasa streets in ODST. Forge mode in Halo takes its name from the level editor from Marathon. The name of the company Traxxas is a reference to the rampant AI Traxxas 4 from Marathon. And the Halo 2 multiplayer maps Gemini and Foundation are heavily inspired by levels from the original Marathon. Sadly, when 343 took over the Halo franchise, they legally weren't allowed to include the Marathon symbol in future Halo games, so the Reclaimer symbol had to be retconned a bit to look legally distinct. Halo Online. Halo Online is a cancelled free-to-play Halo game that was being developed by Saber Interactive that was being intended to be released on PC. While being cancelled, some open betas and alphas were done, which allowed players to try the game out. However, the only place that you could actually play the game, legally, was Russia. That, of course, didn't stop people from forcing their way into the game, but Russia was the only legit place to play it. Inspired by Call of Duty Online, which was released in 2013, Halo Online was going to be a compilation game of sorts. It was going to feature maps, weapons, vehicles, and customization options from Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, and Halo 4. For example, there were 8 Halo 3 maps in the game, along with a version of Halo 4's Create a Class system. The game was going to feature a class system, meaning that your loadout weapons would depend on what class you chose, these being Tactical, Sharpshooter, and Assault. Halo Online also allowed players to both play as Spartans and Elites, with the game's plot being that the multiplayer matches in the game are actually training exercises between Spartan 4s and Elites. Halo Online was playable from April to December 2015, but was cancelled in 2016, though no official reason has ever been given. Despite being cancelled, a bunch of stuff from Halo Online was added to Halo 3 via the Master Chief Collection. This included a whole bunch of armors from the game, but also maps. While most people expected that eventually all of Halo Online's maps would come to MCC, sadly only 3 of the game's maps were added, these being Edge, Waterfall, and my personal favorite, Icebox. Soccer Ball. In the Halo 2 level, Metropolis, you can find a giant soccer ball hidden within a building. This building is right before the Scarab destroys the Scorpion tank. You can get into this building many different ways, ranging from glitching, grenade jumping, and even using a hijacked Banshee to just fly into the building. And once you're inside the building, you can move the soccer ball around wherever you want, even outside the building. A smaller version of this soccer ball was added to Halo 3's Forge mode. The reason why the soccer ball was in the series in the first place is most likely a reference to an inside joke at Bungie regarding physics testing within the game. You see, game developers will often use balls as a way to test how objects move and interact with the in-game environment during development. You can even see an untextured ball being used for this exact reason in the Halo 2 limited edition DVD documentary. The giant soccer ball made a return in the Halo 5 level Meridian Station. If you interact with a vending machine 10 times, the giant soccer ball will spawn nearby. Red vs. Blue Easter eggs. Airing from April of 2003 to May of 2024, Red vs. Blue is a fan-made Halo machinima series that started out as just a comedy, but eventually evolved into a dramedy. I actually got into Red vs. Blue before I even started playing Halo. I'm a huge fan of the series. Well, the first 13 seasons. Seasons 15 and 17 are okay, 4, 16, and 18 are dog doo-doo, and honestly, I haven't watched the finale because almost everything I've heard about it sounds terrible. But anyways, due to its popularity, Bungie and 343 have paid a tribute to the series in just about every single mainline Halo game from Halo 2 to Infinite. They would even occasionally ask the team behind Red vs. Blue to make promotional shorts for them. But anyways, here's some of the many Red vs. Blue Easter eggs found in the series. In the Halo 2 map Beaver Creek, you could see the message, "Why am I here?" scratched onto a wall. This is a reference to the opening scene of the series that would later become a reoccurring gag. The tires for the Warthog in Halo 3, ODST, and Reach have the word Puma written on them, which is a reference to a scene from the series where the character Griff mentions that the Warthog looks like a puma. The tires for the Warthog in Rocket League are even referred to as Puma tires. In Halo 4, special radio transmissions featuring characters from the series can be heard in each of the 10 Spartan Ops episodes. You gotta shoot a hidden box in one of the levels in order to hear them.
Let's see what it recorded from the experiments here.
What does this button do? Caboose? Don't touch anything! But I'm great at buttons. Look at that explosion!
That's no good.
In the Halo 3 level, Crow's Nest, you can find 2 Marines arguing with each other. These Marines are voiced by the characters Griffin Simmons' voice actors, and this Easter egg only appears on heroic difficulty.
Hey, open up!
Password.
What?
Need the password.
You gotta be kidding me. What password?
Password. They gave it out at the staff meeting 15 minutes ago.
Meeting? What meeting? I was out here.
Not supposed to let anyone in without it.
If the staff meeting just ended, no one outside is gonna know the freaking password. Now open up. We need ammo and the chief is out here.
Does he know the password?
He wasn't at the meeting either!
Though when playing on Legendary, instead, it's Church and Caboose's voice actors.
Hey! Open up!
What's the password?
Password? Oh man, I forgot.
Forgot what?
I forgot the password.
See, that was almost right. See, the password begins with I forgot, but ends differently. Try again.
No, I mean, I forgot the password.
No, okay, see, you got it wrong again. See, you said the same thing as last time.
I'm being serious. I don't know the password.
No. See, you changed the first part. See, that part was the right part. See, now you got the whole thing wrong.
No, I forgot what the password is, and I just need you to open the door.
Alright, come on, man. Now you're just guessing.
Funny enough, the least talked about version of this Easter egg is the one for the easy and normal difficulties. When on these difficulties, the Marines are voiced by Tucker and Doc's voice actors.
Hey, open up!
Password, please!
You gotta be kidding me. What password?
The password so we don't open the door for brutes.
Do I sound like a brute to you?
Well, you could be held prisoner by brutes.
If I was held prisoner by brutes and knew the password, then the brutes could just force me to tell you the password and you'd open the door for them.
Okay, well now I'm definitely not gonna open the door.
But we need ammo!
Well, why don't you go ask your brute buddies then?
In Halo Infinite, the reason why the color pink is referred to as lightish red in the AI color options is because that's a reference to a running gag in Red vs. Blue involving the character Donut. Occasionally, in Halo Infinite's campaign, the weapon will say that a nearby Scorpion tank is named Sheila. This is a reference to the character Sheila from Red vs. Blue. The game mode Griffball is a nod to the series, and was even created by Red vs. Blue's creators. And finally, the official artwork made for the 25th anniversary of the Halo franchise features a red Spartan and orange Spartan standing towards the top left of the image, which is a nod to Griffin Simmons from the series. Minecraft. In May 2014, Halo and Minecraft crossed over with a texture pack DLC for Minecraft being released, called Mashup Minecraft Evolved. It was made for the Xbox 360 version of Minecraft, but would later be made available on the Wii U, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. The DLC includes a ton, and I mean a ton, of different Halo characters to play as, along with Halo-themed menus and UI. It also included 31 music tracks from all of the mainline Halo games at the time, and the game's NPCs are also retextured to look like Halo enemies. The DLC even comes with a world that features recreations of multiple Halo locations and objects, including Sand Trap, Blood Gulch, a Scarab, Blackout, Valhalla, a Mammoth, the Cryptum, Guardian, and the Silent Cartographer. Now, what's interesting about this DLC is that this is one of the few DLCs ever made, at least to my knowledge, that gets updates made for it. Not like patches, but actual new content being added. These updates gave the game a bunch of new skins based on Halo 5 and Infinite, and even included a campaign of sorts. The Halo 2 E3 demo. In November 2004, Halo fans were pretty hyped as Halo 2 released, but at the same time, they were a little bit confused, because the two city levels set on Earth in the game didn't look or play anything like the city level shown in Halo 2's E3 demo. This is because that level was never actually intended to be in the final game. Instead, it was a test level meant to showcase all of the new cool stuff you could do in Halo 2, like dual wielding and hijacking. It used an early version of New Mombasa, which is why people believed for years that this demo was actually an early version of Outskirts or Metropolis. This level was unavailable to players until 2024, when Halo Studios developers found the demo and restored it within MCC. And now you can download it on Steam, allowing you to finally play this thought-to-be-lost Halo level. The Noble 14. In 2009, it was announced that the original Xbox Live would be shutting down, making it so that the original Halo 2 couldn't be played online anymore. People were pretty upset by this, so in order to pay tribute to the game, a bunch of people hopped back onto Halo 2 and played it until the game was taken offline. And when the day came for the game to be shut down, it didn't. It turns out that if you were still playing Xbox Live at the time of its shutdown, you could still play it. But once you logged off or your console shut down, you wouldn't be able to play online again. And so people kept playing and playing until there were only 14 people left online. And thus, they became the Noble 14. These 14 players continued to play for weeks until their Xboxes gave out. And finally, on May 11th, 2009, almost a month after Xbox Live ended, the final member of the Noble 14 was booted offline.
Welcome to Reach, Spartan. Prepare to mobilize for the new Honor the Code promotion from Mountain Dew. Enter for your chance to win Halo Reach prizes starting September 5th, 2010 at honorthecode.com.
Mysterious Woman in Combat Evolved. In the Combat Evolved multiplayer map Boarding Action, you could find a picture of a woman in the game's files. Who was this woman? Well, nobody knew for quite a while. And for a while, that's where people thought this mystery ended. But in actuality, there was a lot more to it. There was a secret room on the map that was only available in earlier builds of Combat Evolved, meaning that you can't find this room in any release version of the game. This secret room could be found by walking through a wall on the bottom floor of the map. The room was pretty small and was filled with pictures of a woman, the same woman from the game's files. It took years, but we did eventually find out who this woman was. It turns out this woman is 3D artist Derek Moore's wife, which of course means that Moore was the one who added this secret scrapped Easter egg during the development of Combat Evolved. Chinese MCC. The Chinese release of the Master Chief Collection had a ton of changes made to it, mostly in the realm of censorship. For example, there is no blood in the game, period. And whenever anyone dies in the game, their bodies magically shrink into nothing. A lot of the censorship in the game revolves around the Flood. For example, Proto-Gravemind keys from Combat Evolved is heavily censored. The Flood carrier forms don't do explosion damage anymore, and the Gravemind from Halo 2 was pretty much just removed from the game entirely. You could still hear them, but you can't actually see them. This version of the game is a holy grail in the Halo community, as it's pretty rare. The game itself isn't all that rare, but actually being able to play it is, as you can't use any normal Xbox One, you have to use a Chinese Xbox One. And since not many people want to spend a bunch of money on a Chinese version of a console and a game that they already own, the game is pretty difficult to actually play. The game never saw any DLC added to it, so none of the free post-launch stuff was added to the game, nor was ODST and Reach. Well, Reach at least. It seems that at one point, the ODST DLC was going to be released for this version of the game, as if you own the ODST DLC and then connect the Chinese MCC to your Xbox account, ODST will actually appear in the game, though you can't actually play it. Halo 2 Mendicant Bias. In the Halo 2 music track, Mausoleum Suite, you could hear a strange voice giving some sort of monologue if you play the track backwards. It's widely believed that this voice is the character Mendicant Bias speaking, as the character giving the monologue has some pretty big similarities to him, including being regretful of their crimes, and their philosophies being pretty similar. I should probably explain who this is. Medikit Bias is a Forerunner AI who is partially responsible for the flood outbreak that led to the Halo rings being used by the Forerunners. Originally created to help the Forerunners fight the flood, Medikit Bias was actually convinced by the flood that they were in the right. Basically, brainwashing him into rampancy, Medikit Bias would eventually be defeated and buried on the Ark, where he'd eventually realize that he was in the wrong. I know, shocker. Supporting the flood is actually a bad thing. He would eventually be freed around the time of the Human Covenant War, and he would then attempt to help humanity fight the flood, though he'd be destroyed when Chief, Arbiter, and Johnson destroyed Installation 8. Also, humanity didn't actually ever find out that he was trying to help, as all of his attempts to contact them pretty much failed. Anyways, he tried to message Master Chief through the Halo 3 terminals, and sometimes you can even hear whispering in the terminals, which suggests that this whispering is related to Bias. And if the whispering in the terminals is him, then that's probably his voice in Halo 2. Silver Warthog. In the Halo 3 Forge menu, you can see a Warthog just chilling there with a monitor. You might think that this is just a normal Warthog, but you'd be wrong. If you mod the game and place the Warthog from the menu into a multiplayer map in Forge, it'll be revealed that the Warthog is actually silver, and it's missing one of its wheels. That wheel being the one that you can't see on the menu due to how the Warthog is posed. This Warthog is also not classified as an object, so you can walk right through it. Also, its back right wheel isn't actually attached to it. The Rookie's real name. For years, Noble 6 from Halo Reach and the Rookie from ODST were the only mainline Halo protagonists that we didn't know the real names of. To this day, we still don't know Noble 6's name. All we know for certain is that he's been confirmed to be a guy. The Rookie, on the other hand, well, we actually know his name. After years of speculation, the 2022 Halo Encyclopedia finally gave him a name. That being Jonathan Doherty, which is a play on the name John Doe. This is a name that's given to unidentified people. Fun fact, the Rookie almost became a Spartan, as the entirety of Alpha 9 became Spartans after the war. The only reason he didn't become a Spartan is because, he died. Yeah, Rookie was killed off in the novel Halo Bad Blood, and also his entire family was wiped out by the Covenant. Bro lived a very tragic life. Hologram Teabag. In Halo 4, if you activate your holographic decoy armor ability in the direction of a dead enemy player, your hologram will teabag them. Not much else to say, just a fun little detail. Anvarl. Only appearing in the novel Halo Broken Cycle, Anvarl is a planet that homes a colony of Sangheili. It's a pretty normal planet, except for, well, a couple of facts. The planet has two suns, a red sun and a blue sun, and because of the way the suns are positioned and how the planet is positioned, at all times the planet is constantly in a state of half the world being red and half the world being blue. Though there is one more color on the planet, that being purple. This was basically the middle of the planet, where the red and blue light combined. Anvarl is also dead set in the middle of the two stars, meaning that it's being constantly pulled by both stars, which means that the planet doesn't rotate, so it doesn't have a day and night cycle. And eventually, the gravitational pull from both stars will rip the planet in two, but that hasn't happened yet. But yeah, there's a planet in the Halo universe that's literally half blue and half red, which of course is a nod to the franchise's red team versus blue team style of multiplayer they had from the original game up until Halo 5. Sandra Tilson in Halo 5. Sandra Tilson is a minor character in Halo 4. She's the scientist who talks with Chief throughout the level Composer and is later killed by the Didact at the end of the level. But despite her death, she actually returns in Halo 5, just not in the way you'd think. She was composed by the Didact, so her soul, or essence, or whatever, was transferred into the digital realm and placed inside one of the thousands of Promethean knights serving under the Didact. And to see this knight version of Sandra is in the Halo 5 level Guardians. She's actually the knight seen smashing her head into the wall in the prison cell. Why is she doing this? Well, it's because she knows what she is, and she hates it. When you see her in Halo 5, she's currently reliving all of her memories, and she kinda wants to die for real. This was all revealed in the short story The Machine Breaks, released in September of 2024. Mr. Meeseek's Box. On the Halo 5 map, Riptide, if you go up to one of the map's plant boxes, you can see a strange little box inside of it. This is a Mr. Meeseek's Box, an item from the series Rick and Morty. Not sure if there's any deeper meaning to this reference. Like, is this a nod to how Keith David and Nathan Fillion voiced characters in Rick and Morty? Probably not. It was probably just added to the game because a developer of the game was a fan of the show. This same developer probably worked on Halo Infinite as well, seeing as the Mr. Meeseek's box returned in Infinite's campaign. In the level The Tower, you could find a Mr. Meeseek's box locked up in a cell. Since the nod to the show in Halo 5, Rick and Morty have made several references to the Halo franchise, including the characters using warthogs and energy swords. Auto turret betrayal. In the Halo 3 mission Halo, if you place down auto turrets to help you fight the Flood during the holdout section right before the kinda boss fight, you might want to destroy them after the holdout, because when you come back to this area after the again, kinda boss fight, the auto turrets you place down will now try to kill you. This is because all of the Sentinels on the ring are obviously now your enemy, since you kinda blew up another Halo ring. And since the auto turrets are very clearly Forerunner made, they're obviously gonna side with the Sentinels over you. Just a really cool little detail. Like, Bungie didn't have to do this, but they did. Dead or Alive. In December 2005, Halo and the Dead or Alive franchise crossed over with Dead or Alive 4. The game's developers, Team Ninja, really wanted Master Chief in the game as a guest character. However, Bungie rejected the idea, but they were okay with an original character being created for the game that just so happened to look like Chief. And thus, Nicole 458 was born. Nicole's a Spartan from the Halo universe who was accidentally sent back in time to the 21st century via a slipspace anomaly. While she tries to figure out a way back to her time, she decides to use her skills to protect humanity, but she doesn't kill people, because she knows that if she does kill somebody, that'll have repercussions in the future. This means that the Halo universe and the Dead or Alive universes are actually one and the same, with the Halo universe just taking place hundreds of years in the future. Or at least it would if it wasn't obvious that Nicole is a non-canon guest character. She's also from Mars, is Filipino, and also loves competitive shooting and watching anime, so she's pretty chill. Funny enough, despite her being a non-canon guest character, it has been stated by Bungie that a version of Nicole does exist in the main Halo universe. While Nicole never returned in future games, her fighting style was used as a basis for the character Rachel in Dead or Alive 5 and Dead or Alive 6. Finally, Nicole was given her own stage in Dead or Alive 4, called NASA Station, which is based on the Halo 2 level Cairo Station. Nicole even has a special entrance in the stage during the game's time attack mode. Spartan Ops Season 2. There were plans for a second season of Spartan Ops to be made, however, it was cancelled due to the first season of levels not exactly being well received. It's actually possible that if they did make this Season 2, they would have actually charged money for it. It was never confirmed if they would do that, but 343 didn't rule this out as an option. As for what this second season's plot was going to be, we don't know for certain, but we do have an idea. When it was confirmed that no second season would be made, it was announced that elements of this second season would be incorporated into the comic series Halo Escalation. The story of Season 2 was most likely turned into issues 13 through 16, as the name for that arc is literally called Spartan Ops: The Janus Key. These issues were also marketed as a sequel to Spartan Ops. So if this theory is true, then that means that Spartan Ops Season 2 would have seen players facing off against Jewel Madonna's forces on Actis 4, while also fighting a Covenant splinter group led by an elite named Sali Nain. Issues 19 through 24 were a continuation of the Janus Key storyline, so I imagined that this storyline, called Absolute Record, was also made from scrapped Spartan Ops Season 2 plans. This storyline would have seen players working alongside Tanaka from Halo 5, alongside a Sangheili mercenary working for Oni, named Ait Sevi, and you would battle Jul Mandama's forces on the Absolute Record. Rejected Halo and Doom crossover short film. Released in December of 2024, Secret Level is an anthology series featuring short films from various gaming franchises, like New World, Mega Man, Unreal Tournament, Pac-Man, Kinda, Crossfire, Armored Core, The Outer Worlds, Honor of Kings, and Concord. It's honestly kind of insane that the Concord short film was still released. Anyways, out of the many different game studios that were asked to participate in this collab, id Software and Halo Studios were included. But instead of having a Doom short and a Halo short, the team behind Secret Level wanted to make a crossover film. Obviously, it wouldn't be canon to either IP, it would just be a fun short film. It seems that Halo Studios and id Software may have been interested in giving the show the green light, but there was one little problem. Microsoft. While Secret Level wasn't exclusively a Sony thing, Sony had a very big presence in the series, and because of that, Microsoft refused to participate in the project. And seeing how both id Software and Halo Studios are owned by Microsoft, they had the final say. The only plot details that we know about this rejected short film are the fact that the film would have been a very direct crossover, meaning that it was going to be about Master Chief and the Doomslayer meeting up. Halo 3 Zune. In promotion for Halo 3, Bungie partnered with the company Zune to produce a Halo-themed Zune 30. It was filled with Halo-themed backgrounds, images, videos, and music. There was even a Red vs. Blue episode that was produced for this special edition Zune that was only available on the Zune, though obviously since then you can now find it on YouTube. Over 100 images of concept art and storyboards for Halo 3, plus some behind-the-scenes documentaries, and even the entire soundtracks to the first two Halo games. This was a pretty cool thing to have as a Halo fan in 2007. But what's interesting about this promotion is there was actually a rare version of this Zune, one that you couldn't buy if you were just a regular dude. In August of 2007, a special US military version of the Zune 30 was released. Yes, this was a Zune 30 designed around Halo 3 that could only be purchased by members of the US Armed Forces. I can find the normal Halo 3 Zune being sold on eBay, but I haven't been able to find a military edition Halo 3 Zune being sold. I've seen posts from people in 2026 saying that they've bought them, so they must still be out there, but they're extremely rare. If you're a big Halo collector, happy hunting. Is Reynolds dead? Reynolds is a minor character in Halo 3 voiced by Nathan Fillion. He's so minor that you might not even know that he's a character. He's the Marine Sergeant that you saved from the Brute in Sierra 117. You can later see him taking part in the levels Crow's Nest, Salvo Highway, and The Storm, but he's just kinda there, he doesn't really do all that much. But then, in Floodgate, he finally gets his moment to shine, and by that, I mean he's killed by the Flood. In fact, not only is he turned into the Flood, he's also then killed by his own soldiers shortly afterwards. So he dies, story over. But then, in one of the game's final cutscenes, during the memorial, we see Reynolds leading a group of Marines in a 3-volley salute. Hell, he even talks during the cutscene. But you can also see his face on the memorial, so... is he dead? What's going on here? Well, it's pretty simple. This is a continuity error, and he's most likely intended to be dead. Personally, I choose to believe that the Marine seen in the memorial cutscene is his long-lost twin brother, Dennis. Guilty Spark's survival. After being blown up in Halo 3, Guilty Spark didn't actually die, and would be revealed to be alive in the novel Halo Primordium, released in January of 2012. It turns out that he only just barely survived being hit with a Spartan laser. His wreckage was found by the crew of the UNSC Rubicon, who decided to repair him a bit in order to interrogate him. They probably shouldn't have done that though, because Guilty Spark quickly left his destroyed monitor and entered the ship's computers, taking full control over the Rubicon and putting its crew to sleep while he flew off in search of the Librarian. He kinda goofed up though, as the ship's entire crew was killed during his search for the Librarian, as he sorta crashed the ship. Using the wreckage of the ship that he just crashed, he created a new body for himself, and would then be found by the crew of the Ace of Spades. Guilty Spark and the crew worked together to locate the Librarian, and even battled Oni, as they wanted to capture Guilty Spark for very obvious reasons. And by the time they found the Librarian, Spark had actually become friends with the crew, and decided to stay with them instead of leaving to hang out with the Librarian. And so Guilty Spark and the crew of the Ace of Spades begin a new journey to find the Spirit of Fire, because one of the crew members of the Ace of Spades was Ryan Forge, aka John Forge's daughter, though he would eventually leave the crew and become the caretaker of the Forerunners shield world known as Bastion. Cat found. In the Combat Evolved level, Pillar of Autumn, you can find a bulletin board with a bunch of joke messages written on it, like a flyer for a lost cat named Jonesy, which is a reference to the cat from Alien. This is because Combat Evolved was heavily inspired by the Aliens franchise, especially with the designs of the Marines. When Combat Evolved Anniversary was released, this bulletin board was redesigned with new jokes. The update revealed that the cat was found, but instead of it being a cat, it turns out that Jonesy was actually a possum. Halo 3 also features a flyer for the lost cat in the level Crow's Nest and the multiplayer map Foundry, with the flyer saying, "Still missing." So I guess the updated Easter egg in Anniversary isn't canon, and Jonesy is still out there somewhere. Last thing that I'll mention is that this Easter egg actually returned in Campaign Evolved. Halo 2 Anniversary's retconned cutscenes. When Halo 2 Anniversary was created, it was partnered with two new cutscenes that were meant to tie Halo 2 with Halo 5. Basically, the cutscenes take place during Fireteam Osiris' hunt for Master Chief and Blue Team. They're on San Helios, asking the Arbiter if he has any information on Chief's whereabouts. Arbiter says that he doesn't, and instead explains how he and Chief became friends, which leads into Halo 2 Anniversary. Then the second cutscene has Arbiter finishing up his story, and then working with Fireteam Osiris to fight the Covenant. While these cutscenes are honestly pretty neat, they have since become extremely infamous, because they're not canon. These cutscenes were created to promote Halo 5, but when Halo 5 released, these cutscenes were pretty much thrown out of the window. First, there's the fact that the Arbiter is using a normal energy sword instead of the Prophet's Bane, but this can just be chalked up to a small continuity error, so who cares? But then there's the fact that the dialogue and scenario shown in these cutscenes just don't fit with Halo 5's story. Locke and crew know that the Arbiter doesn't have any information on Chief and Blue Team. Plus, by the time they get to San Helios, Locke and crew already know why Chief went AWOL. And there's no point in Halo 5's story where this cutscene could even happen. We pretty much see the entire time Fireteam Osiris are on San Helios, and while there's a cutscene similar to the H2A cutscenes in Halo 5, it's still pretty different. So yeah, these two cutscenes are just flat out not canon anymore. Halo 5 Cortana statue. In the Halo 5 level, The Breaking, you can find a statue of Cortana. In order to find it, you need to do a glitch to skip over the Warden Eternal boss fight. At the end of the second gondola ride, if you jump off of the gondola and then use the hover ability in front of the gondola as it begins to park next to the platform, you'll be launched into the air. And while in the air, you then have to use the ground pound ability to jump around the invisible ceiling above the level until you get to the building right before the Warden Eternal boss fight. You then have to use the ground pound ability to get across the boss fight arena without touching the ground in order to avoid triggering the boss fight. Then continue the level as normal, and when you get to where the outro cutscene triggers, it won't play, which allows you to approach the bright light at the end of the bridge. And once you do that, you'll see that this bright light is actually a 2D statue of Halo 4 Cortana. This is most likely not intended to be an Easter egg, but instead a glitch that lets you see a placeholder object that wasn't removed from the game. Fable 2. In October 2008, the Halo franchise collabed with the Fable franchise. If you pre-ordered Fable 2's limited collector's edition, you would get the Otherworldly bonus DLC. This DLC included 2 pieces of content inspired by the Halo franchise. The first is an armor set designed to look like Master Chief, called Hal's Outfit. Hal is Celtic for Chief, by the way. And the second item was called Hal's Sword, which was a sword designed after the Energy Sword. For a while, this collector's edition was the only way to get these items, but in February of 2014, the DLC was released for $2 on the Xbox Store, so now anyone can get it. But there was also another crossover item in the game. In the Fable 2 expansion, Knothole Island, you can find a weapon in the Box of Secrets called Hal's Rifle, which is directly inspired by the Halo Assault Rifle. There's also a bit of lore connected to these pieces of equipment. It turns out, in the world of Fable, at one point in the distant past, a portal appeared, and out of it came a mysterious man who only went by the name Hal, though that wasn't his real name. And this armor, sword, and rifle are all his. So the obvious implication here is that Master Chief was isekai'd into the Fable series. And no, I don't actually think this crossover is considered canon to Fable, and it's without question not canon to Halo. 343 Guilty Spark Marine. In the Combat Evolved level, 343 Guilty Spark, if you jump onto the Pelican as it flies off, and then jump onto the nearby cliff, you can find a random Marine just chilling out doing nothing. This Marine uses the character Mendoza's character model, and doesn't interact with the player at all. The reason why you can find him here is because Bungie developers wanted Mendoza's model to load in before the cutscene he's in occurs. That cutscene being the one where he and his squad are attacked by the Flood. So Mendoza's character model was put into an out-of-bounds area in the level in order for his model to be ready to be used in the cutscene. So this isn't an intentional Easter egg, but instead a glitch. Still pretty cool though. The Sharkoi. The Sharkoi are another species that worked under the Covenant Fringe, but unlike the Yonhet, they did actually see combat, albeit very rarely. They were even going to be deployed on Earth if the war didn't come to an end. You'd think with their massive size that they would be perfect living tanks for the Covenant to use, but there was one tiny little problem with them. They were extremely stupid, and would attack both enemies and allies in the midst of battle. Now there was a way for the Sharkoi to gain intelligence. If a bunch of Sharkoi got together, their minds would actually merge to form a shared consciousness, a hive mind basically. The Sharkoi are the oldest sentient species in the universe, as they were around with the Forerunners. The only way they survived with the Halo rings being activated was because the Forerunners put the entire species in stasis due to them being modified by the Forerunners to be really good at fighting the Flood. They would have remained in stasis if not for the Covenant stumbling upon them. In the aftermath of the Human-Covenant War, the Sharkoi lived in relative peace for a while. That was until a brute chieftain attempted to weaponize a colony of Sharkoi to conquer the galaxy. So in response, the UNSC nuked them. The Sharkoi were originally supposed to be in Combat Evolved, and were going to be called the Drinnel. But they were scrapped, only for them to be planned to appear in Halo 2, but were once again scrapped. But thanks to the pamphlet packaged with the limited edition of Halo 2, Conversations from the Universe, and the novel Halo Envoy, these guys became canon. Halo Recruit. Released in October of 2017 and developed by 343 and Endeavor 1, Halo Recruit is one of the lesser-known Halo games, probably because it's only kind of a Halo game. The game is essentially a VR tech demo that only lasts a few minutes. The only plot that the game has is that you play as an ODST who's undergoing some training via fighting some 2D images of the Covenant Remnant. He's also given a very brief lesson on some of the basics of the Halo franchise, like the alien species, weapons, and a few characters like Chief and Cortana. The game isn't actually considered canon due to the fact that the game is narrated by 343 Guilty Spark, who is working under the UNSC in the game. Honestly, the most interesting thing about this game, in my opinion, is the fact that the game doesn't give you an introduction to the drones, but there are still drone targets that you gotta shoot. I love how the drones appear in all sorts of Halo spin-off games, but when it comes to the mainline series, they haven't been seen since Reach. And by love, I mean hate. Bring them back. Anyways, you could download this game for free for years, at least up until December of 2025, in which Microsoft delisted the game. Nowadays, it's pretty difficult to actually get a hold of it. Sarah Palmer is dating an elite. Okay, so this entry name is a bit inaccurate, but who knows, it could be true. In Halo 5, there's an Easter egg in which an elite that's a part of the Sword to Sang Helios writes a poem to Sarah Palmer, who he is madly in love with. This elite is named Val Trocake, and you can find this Easter egg via the audio log Do Not Open in the level Sword to Sang Helios. While planning out his poem, a grunt finds him and begins to laugh at him, only for the elite to then threaten to kill the grunt. I'm not sure what the grunt was thinking, like, bro was gonna, like, rip you limb from limb.
Erase previous recording, begin new recording. I saw you standing at your ship, with armored hand on armored hip. Both my hearts began to pound, so lovely was what I found. I love your brightly shining armor, human named Commander Palmer. I wish that we... What are you doing here, grunt? What are you laughing at? I will tear off your arms!
I'm pretty sure this is the only example in the Halo universe of different alien species being attracted to each other. Unlike Star Wars or Mass Effect, this isn't really something that Halo has explored, but I mean, it's gotta be more common in the universe, right? Don't let me write a Halo game. Cancelled a Halo Wars Covenant expansion. To this day, Halo Wars 2 is the only Halo game to receive story DLCs, but it wasn't originally going to be the first. During the development of Halo Wars 1, there were ideas being pitched to Microsoft about a story expansion to the game focusing on the Covenant. Sadly, the DLC never left the planning stages, mainly due to Halo Wars 1 having a very troubled production. There were two ideas being thrown around for the DLC, both of which would have followed Avitus as the main character. The original idea for the DLC had Avitus travel to High Charity after the events of the main campaign, and there he'd be yelled at by the Prophets and sent on a mission in order to restore his honor. The mission would have had Avitus traveling to a grunt colony world that was in the beginning stages of a revolution against the Covenant. After preventing the revolution, Avitus would discover the Spirit of Fire nearby, and the DLC would end on a cliffhanger. The second idea for the DLC would have focused on Avitus and his team in the immediate aftermath of the main campaign. The story would follow Avitus and crew escaping the Shield world and arriving on a mining world once used by the Forerunners. But while there, they would discover that the Flood was there, and, of course, a fight would ensue. Microsoft SAM. In the Halo 3 level, The Covenant, you can get Microsoft SAM, aka Windows XP's text-to-speech function, to say some stuff about Bungie developers. You can do this by walking to the end of the right ledge of the Citadel. Once you get there, you have to wait 2 to 3 minutes for this Easter egg to trigger.
I am a monument to all Marty's sins. LOLOLOLO. JNC Paul, we're so totally fired. Happy Easter, Marty. OMG, this game needs more guitar wank. Am I right?
The left side of the Citadel also has an Easter egg. If you walk to the very end of the left ledge of the Citadel, the Siege of Mandragora will begin to play. Pre-Mission Evaluation. Pre-Mission Evaluation was a viral marketing website used to advertise Halo 3 ODST. The website hosted several live-action video interviews conducted by Buck. These interviews were done by him in order to evaluate the potential recruits for Alpha 9. Unsurprisingly, the rookie isn't one of the people interviewed, but we do get Mickey, Romeo, and Dutch. There were 6 videos created, but only 3 of them were public. In order to access the final 3 videos, you needed to enter some codes. These codes could either be found in the background of the first 3 videos, or the live-action trailer, The Life. Technically, these interviews are the first time a Halo character from the games has appeared in live action, beating out Kat from Halo Reach by just 2 years. Jens Hotch Memorial. In Halo Infinite's campaign, if you travel west to the Reformation Command Spire, you'll eventually stumble upon some sort of ancient Forerunner structure. There's not really much to do here, and it's not even listed in the game's map, but this location is extremely important. If you approach the structure, you'll find some glyphs, and if you translate these glyphs into English, they read JH. These are the initials of Jens Hotch, a 343 developer who worked on Halo Infinite as the World Technical Art Lead. Sadly, he never got to see the game release, as he passed away in March of 2020 at the age of 46. So this structure serves as a tribute to him and his work on the franchise. Halo Outpost Discovery. Outpost Discovery is an attraction created by 343 that was toured around North America in summer 2019. The idea behind Outpost Discovery is that you would go to a real-life location where this experience was being hosted. There, you'd be given a whole bunch of different things to do, including playing laser tag, build with Mega Bloks, go through a Halo museum, fly a Pelican using a trading simulator, do an escape room where you'd have to escape a Covenant cruiser, and even participate in a VR shooting range. Funny enough, Outpost Discovery is actually an in-universe thing. Similar to how the theme park, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, is meant to have you literally step into the world of Star Wars, Outpost Discovery does the same, just on a much smaller scale. These Outpost Discoveries were created by the UNSC in order to teach civilians more about the UNSC and its history. They also served as a really good way to recruit new Marines. A comic miniseries meant to tie in with Outpost Discovery was released from January to April of 2019, called Halo Lone Wolf. The series followed Linda as she went on a mission to recover a thought-to-be-lost UNSC AI named Gabriella. And Gabriella is the AI that hosts Outpost Discovery. Sadly, this attraction is no longer a thing, as its 2020 run was cancelled, and since then, there's been no updates on whether or not it'll ever return. Campaign Evolved Crabs. Throughout Halo Campaign Evolved, you can find a bunch of crabs just chilling out. This is a reference to how some people have referred to grunts over the years as crab-like, due to their arms and hands being somewhat similar to crab arms. The first crab can be found in the very first room of the game. Upon waking up from cryosleep, if you jump onto the walkway on the left, you'll find a crab just chilling out in a cryopod. Later, in the same level, you could see a golden crab sitting on a turret right outside the ship's bridge. In the level Halo, you could find a giant golden crab sitting on top of the spire at the beginning of the level. In the level Assault on the Control Room, you could find a crab sitting underneath one of the platforms in the canyon right after you drive through the glacier. You can also find a golden crab in the level that's sitting on a Forerunner light arch just out of bounds. In the level 2 Betrayals, there's a tiny cave that you can only enter with the Acrophobia skull, and upon entering it, you'll find a crab chilling out by a tiny fire. At the very beginning of the level Keys, if you go up to the locked door that leads to the Proto-Grave Mine, you can glitch the Machinima mode camera into the room, and there you can see that the Proto-Grave Mine isn't actually there, and instead, there's a golden crab. Then in the level The Maw, at the very end of the Warthog run, if you use the Acrophobia skull, you can fly to another hangar where there's another longsword, and on top of the longsword is a crab. Then in the bonus level, Boarding Action, the second time that you enter the experiment lab, a door will be open in the corner of the second floor, and if you go through the door, you'll find a crab sitting in a pod. And finally, there's a crab located in the game's legendary ending. It tries to hang out with Johnson on the beach, but Johnson isn't exactly a fan of crabs, so he tells it to scram. There's actually a lot more crabs in the game, but these are the most interesting ones, at least in my opinion. Halo Chronicles. Halo Chronicles is a cancelled Halo game announced in September 2006. Being developed by Wingnut Interactive, with director Peter Jackson being heavily involved in the project, Halo Chronicles was going to be a very different Halo experience. For starters, it was going to have an episodic release pattern, much like a Telltale game. Though the game wouldn't play like a Telltale game, instead it would play like a normal Halo game. Well, a kinda normal Halo game. You'd be playing as a Marine, but early into the game, you'd get attached to a robotic alien arm. Although it was also stated later that the main character was a human enslaved by the Covenant, so it seems like the protagonist's background wasn't set in stone when the game was cancelled. Anyways, this arm would give the player some powers, including powerful melee attacks, a force push-like ability, and a stun ability. As the game progressed, you would get more abilities, and more of these weird pieces of armor attached to you, eventually transforming you into a Forerunner super soldier called a Promethean. Basically the Forerunner equivalent of a Spartan. Eventually, you'd even be given the ability to fly, with a mission being planned that would have you flying around and destroying Covenant ships in low orbit. Halo Chronicles probably would have happened if not for the Halo film being cancelled. As after the film was cancelled, Peter Jackson lost almost all of his interest in the franchise. And while this was going on, Bungie was getting word about all of this weird lore stuff, and were starting to express their issues with the story of Chronicles. Because of all of this, the game was cancelled in 2009, though elements from it were incorporated into various other projects, like ODST, Halo 4, Reach, and even District 9.
Right now, I'm being controlled by a guy named Todd. Wrong button, babe.
Got it.
You see, Todd here won this exclusive Platinum Xbox One X from Taco Bell. He's a little distracted right now.
Throw it.
Oh, boy. Todd!
Put down the chalupa! Todd!
Grab the $5 double chalupa box for a chance to win the Platinum Xbox One X, only at Taco Bell.
Todd!
Secret elite in the Pillar of Autumn. In the novel Halo the Flood, it's revealed that there was actually an elite present on the bridge of the Pillar of Autumn at the very beginning of Combat Evolved. He's obviously not in the game, but in lore he is supposed to be there. This elite was named Isna Nosali, and was sent on a stealth mission to infiltrate the ship in order to capture Cortana and Keyes. He wasn't actually thrilled with this mission, as he felt the idea of sneaking around the ship instead of fighting was pretty disgraceful. As the Pillar of Autumn began to crash, he snuck onto Keyes' lifeboat, and planned on capturing him as soon as they landed on the Halo ring. But Captain Keyes isn't stupid, and he spotted the elite using active camo from a mile away. And so while in the lifeboat, he grabbed a Marine's magnum and executed the elite before he could reveal himself. Although despite dying, this elite actually kinda succeeded in his mission. When Keyes and the Marines landed on the ring, they threw his body out, and when the Covenant found his body, they were pretty confused as to why a high-level Spec Ops elite snuck aboard a lifeboat. And that's when it clicked. This lifeboat must have had some high-level people on board. So they doubled their efforts in the area to capture the survivors, which eventually led to Keyes being captured. Delta Halo, Italy. On the Halo 2 anniversary map, Zenith, if you look down at Installation 5, or Delta Halo, you can spot a landmass on the ring that looks almost identical to Italy. This was most likely an unintentional Easter egg. Like, 343 took some real-life landmasses to fill out the Halo ring, with Italy being one of them. If there are any Italians watching, are you guys from Delta Halo, or is that just a rumor? Calming workers down. In the Halo 3 missions, the Storm and Floodgate, if you approach some of the terrified workers and just bump into them, they'll do a little animation where they collect themselves and then pull out a magnum. They'll then fight with you until the end of the level, or until they die. You might think that this isn't that interesting, but these workers don't do this unless you bump into them. If you don't, they just continue their little terrified animation forever. My theory is that they were supposed to fight with you normally, but somehow their terrified animation glitched, so the only way to get them out of the glitch is to push them. UNSC Diver. On the Halo 5 map, Fathom, you can die by falling into a pool of water located in the center of the map. But this pool of water is actually hiding a little secret. If you enter the pool via theater mode, you could see an abandoned UNSC dive suit stuck in the tank. At least, I think it's abandoned. I hope it's abandoned. You don't think there's a dead dude inside of it, do you? You can actually spawn this suit into Forge mode, and there you can see it's insanely big, which implies that this suit works like some sort of mech suit or power armor. Weapons card. In the ODST missions, Tayari Plaza, and New Mombasa Police Department headquarters, you can find a small card lying on the ground. The card features a bunch of Covenant plasma weapon designs on it, but none of them are actually weapons you can find in-game, nor are they even canon. The art on the card is most likely just some concept art thrown into the game as an Easter egg. This wouldn't be that interesting if it wasn't for the fact that one of these weapons looks extremely similar to the Stalker rifle from Halo Infinite. Obviously, this wasn't intended to be the Stalker rifle, but it could be one via a retcon, as it has been stated that the Stalker rifle was used by the Covenant. Personally, I think the Stalker rifle was partially designed using old Bungie-era concept art, so that's why it looks so similar to the weapon on the card. Peanut the Space Gopher. In the Halo Infinite level, Foundation, when you find the room filled with Silexes, you could spot what looks to be a Silex that contains a gopher. Specifically, the type of gopher you can find running around on Installation 7. This gopher actually has a name. As confirmed by Tim Diaz, a 3D artist who worked on Infinite, the gopher's name is Peanut the Space Gopher. I doubt Space Gopher is the in-universe name, but I choose to believe that it is. Halo Reach Demo. In 2020, it was announced that Halo 3, ODST, Combat Evolved Anniversary, Halo 4, Halo Reach, Halo Wars 1, and even Spartan Assault's online functions would be disabled on the Xbox 360. Many people were upset by this because they still liked playing those games' multiplayers in 2021 without MCC. Luckily for those people, there was actually a way to keep playing Halo Reach multiplayer outside of MCC, despite the shutdown. Halo Reach's demo featured a multiplayer component. It was very limited, only featuring the map Powerhouse for multiplayer and the map Overlook for firefight. But regardless of how little content it had, this demo's multiplayer actually outlived every other 360-era Halo multiplayer. This is because every other Halo game had their multiplayers connected to online servers, but the Halo Reach demo didn't. Due to the demo having such a small amount of content, Bungie decided to instead put all of the online functionality into the demo itself. So up until July 29th, 2024, you could play the Halo Reach demo's multiplayer. Granted, it was literally a ghost town and you'd have a better time finding Bigfoot than finding a match, but you still could, theoretically. Hello, my name Keys. This is kind of an Easter egg in Combat Evolved. On Keys' name tag, it reads, "Hello, my name Keys." I say kinda Easter egg because it's not intentionally an Easter egg. The name tag is missing the word "is" because Bungie didn't have enough room on the name tag to fit it, so now Keys will forever have a really dumb name tag. Unless you're playing Halo Reach or Combat Evolved Anniversary, which just blanks out the name tag. Wait a second, it's not in Campaign Evolved either? Completely unplayable. I can't play this game anymore. I'm uninstalling it as I speak. Sandworm. On the Halo 5 map, The Rig, you can trigger an Easter egg that spawns in a giant sandworm from the ground that eats an entire mining rig in the distance, which is kinda terrifying, seeing as this map takes place on an identical mining rig, so that worm can very easily eat you. The worm is obviously a reference to the sandworms from Dune, as they're both giant worms that live in deserts. In order to trigger the worm, you must break the platform in the middle of the map using a ground pound. If you do this, 2 explosive cores will spawn around the map, and if you destroy them, the big worm will come on out and start eating people. Please, oh please, give me more campaign levels and multiplayer maps set on giant vehicles or in big buildings. Please, I don't know why I love them so much, I do, please just give me more of them. Chiron TL-34 Spartan Clones. The Combat Evolved multiplayer map, Chiron TL-34, is a bit strange, as its description mentions how the map is set in a Spartan clone trading complex. It's also a bit strange because its layout looks like this. But yeah, the map is set in a Spartan clone trading complex. But the issue with this is that there aren't actually Spartan clones in Halo. Well, there kind of is, but not the ones that would be trained. Flash cloning was a process created by Dr. Halsey, in which you could create cloned versions of somebody's body parts or organs. But you could also use this method to create full-on clones. These clones were not created to be soldiers. Instead, they were created to replace abducted children. Due to the Spartan 2s being abducted kids, Oni decided that when they kidnapped the kids, they would replace them with identical clones with all of their memories in order to avoid the parents figuring out that their kids went missing. But these clones were far from perfect. They were actually extremely flawed from a genetic standpoint and would die shortly after replacing the original. Flash cloning was also used to create smart AIs like Cortana. But anyways, there is no actual Spartan clone army that was being created, so the cloning portion of the Chiron facility isn't canon. But the Chiron space station is mentioned in Halo Infinite, so the space station itself is still canon. Xbox One turret. In Halo 5, the Scorpion holds a pretty fun secret. If you look really closely at the computer screen for the turret of a Scorpion tank, you'll see that the turret is actually powered by an Xbox One, as the original Xbox One dashboard is up and running on the screen, with the Halo 5 beta being shown on the dashboard. I know Microsoft wanted the Xbox One to be more than just a gaming console, but I don't know, man, I think fueling tanks is a little bit too much. Though I guess the US Air Force did use 1700 PlayStation 3s to make a giant computer, so I guess it's not that crazy. Kara Thrace. Bungie would oftentimes bring in fairly well-known actors just to play background roles in the original Halo trilogy. Nathan Fillion was one of these actors, though he would get a huge upgrade with ODST, with Buck now being a fan-favorite character, appearing in multiple novels and even 2 more games, Halo Reach and Halo 5. Though probably the most notable random celebrity they got was Michelle Rodriguez in Halo 2, as just a random Marine. But my favorite random celebrity inclusion is Katie Sackhoff. While I mostly know her from Star Wars and Black Ops 3 and 4 of all things, she's mostly known by people for her role in Battlestar Galactica, where she played the character Kara Thrace. And it's this role that probably got her in Halo 3, as not only does Katie Sackhoff voice a random Marine in the game, but the Marine that she voices is actually designed after Kara Thrace. I guess I should also mention this here, but Reynolds, who's voiced by Nathan Fillion, is named after Nathan Fillion's character from the show Firefly, though he's not designed after him. And as for Michelle Rodriguez, her Marine doesn't have a name, but I have seen some fans call her Letty, as a nod to her Fast and Furious character. Cancelled late 2000s Certain Affinity Halo game. In the late 2000s, Certain Affinity was in discussions with Microsoft to produce a Halo spin-off game. The game was going to be a digital-only release, and for a while, it seemed like everything was gonna work out. But just as discussions were becoming more and more serious and contracts were about to be signed, the entire plan was thrown out the window, as Microsoft believed that Halo Waypoint was far more important. While Halo Waypoint is known as just a website these days, it was originally an app on the Xbox 360, basically the precursor to the failed Halo Channel app. And so, I guess this app version of the website was deemed more important than an actual game, so Microsoft hired Certain Affinity to work on the app instead, thus killing the spin-off game. And sadly, that's pretty much all we know about the game. Ultra combat forms in Halo 3. In the Halo 3 level Floodgate, you'll come across some Ultra Elite corpses in a flood-infested tunnel at the very end of the level. If you knock the Ultra Elite corpses down the hole in front of them, and then start to smash the flood pods down there, the flood infectors will spawn and infect the Ultra Elite corpses, turning them into Ultra combat forms. This is the only time in the entire game where you can see and fight this type of flood. 343 is canon. While 343 Industries no longer exists, as it's now known as Halo Studios, and also has the worst logo ever, 343 Industries does still exist in Halo. In the Halo universe, 343 Industries creates armors for Spartan 4s, and you can find several of their armors in Halo 4, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite. These include the Fotis class armor, the Magister class armor, the Winter Knight class helmet, and the Spartanstein class helmet. A version of Bungie also exists in Halo, but it's way more obscure. They're known as Bungie Motorworks, and they designed vehicles like the civilian variant of the Warthog. To this day, they've only ever been referenced in Halo 2. Infinity. In the early to mid-2010s, 343 Industries was working on a very unique Halo game, codenamed Infinity, though this wasn't really a game, but instead a hub for Halo. Basically, the idea was that Infinity would be this app that you would launch Halo games on. So when you clicked on the app, you'd be loaded into the Infinity and be given the ability to walk around it, and you'd be able to go to consoles where you could launch Halo games like Halo 5 or MCC. Basically, think the Call of Duty HQ system, but you have to walk around it like it's Sonic Jam's hub world. We don't know too much else about this project, outside of the fact that it was eventually cancelled because, well, it was just a terrible idea. I already hate Call of Duty HQ, so the idea of having to go around a small hub world in order to actually load the game I want to play is just the absolute worst. Reach Hidden Marines. During the Halo Reach level, Exodus, if you use your jetpack, you can get out of the level during the beach assault section at the very far end of the beach. But this is extremely difficult, as while it seems easy at first, you'll be hit with a 10-second kill barrier that you'll need to get through, and you'll also need to fly across an extremely large kill barrier in the water. Once you get past these two obstacles, you can discover an Easter egg. Well, kinda. It was turned into an Easter egg at MCC that gives you an achievement, but in the OG Halo Reach, it's just a glitch. If you make your way through the mountains and buildings to the previous part of the level, you'll eventually come across the building where you could save a bunch of soldiers from brutes while flying by in the Falcon. If you saved them, they'll all be here, which is a little bit odd because you'd think they would have despawned by now. Yes, I know these guys are actually army soldiers, not Marines, but the achievement refers to them as Marines, so whatever. What's buried under Sandtrap? So there's been a mystery over the years regarding the Halo 3 map Sandtrap. Because of the existence of some glyphs and the fact that it's guarded by the Guardians, a lot of people believe that this map is hiding something. Not like actually in-game, but in lore. Like this location is more important than most people think. I already gave my theory on what Sandtrap and, by extension, Sandbox really are, but there's a few other theories. One of the more popular theories is that this is a location where a part of Medikit Bias is buried. Not the full AI, just part of it. We know that the main part of Medikit Bias was buried underneath the Halo 3 map Epitaph, which takes place on Installation 0, aka the Ark. And seeing how Sandtrap also takes place on the Ark, it is possible that they buried him here as well. Not to mention, while I still believe in my theory, I will concede and say that Sandtrap in particular does look more like a crypt than an ancient lab. But why guard a crypt from the inside? Well, if the people buried in the crypt could return to life, like Medikit Bias. A more recent theory, one that's been boosted thanks to some glyphs found in Halo Infinite, is that underneath Sandtrap is a whole bunch of the Endless. People think this because the Endless would probably make the Forerunners create Guardians around their burial site in order to make sure that they're dead, since these guys have vague energy powers and can survive even in Halo rings. The only problem with this theory is that this would be a retcon, because the Endless weren't created until years after Bungie left the franchise. And the final theory, which in my opinion is the most boring, but also the most likely answer, is that Sandtrap's ruins are a crypt, but not for Medikit Bias or the Endless. Instead, it's for the Forerunners, who died fighting the Flood. The only issue with this theory is that it doesn't explain why the map has Guardians that'll attack people who are inside the map. Well, I mean like inside the ring surrounding the map, you know what I mean. Were the Forerunners afraid that some of the Forerunner bodies may have had Flood in them? Honestly, we'll probably never know, especially since the map's designer was actually contacted in 2026, and he revealed that he doesn't remember if there's a secret cipher or something secret in the map. In fact, he kinda implied that there probably wasn't a secret. Crawlers in Regret. In the MCC version of the Halo 2 level, Regret, you could see an enemy in your Carnage report that shouldn't be there. That being the Promethean Crawlers from Halo 4 and 5. For a while, people didn't know why this was happening. until it was eventually found out that these Promethean crawlers were actually the quad wings that you could find in the level. This was an error on 343's side, as because you can kill the quad wings, they needed a metagame type. So instead of creating a brand new metagame type, they just decided to use one that isn't normally in Halo 2. This, of course, being the crawlers from Halo 4. But this had the side effect of quad wing kills counting as crawler kills. So yeah, when you kill a quad wing in Halo 2, your cartridge report will read as you killing a Promethean crawler. Brute kills in Combat Evolved. After you play the MCC version of the Combat Evolved level, the Maw, you could spot brute kills in your cartridge report. Just like with the crawlers in Regret, this doesn't make any sense, as brutes aren't in Combat Evolved. This was a mystery for quite a while, until it was eventually discovered that the reason why you could get these brute kills in Combat Evolved is because the ship's engine cores that you destroy have an invalid metagame type in the game's files. And so because of that, the game defaults them to the brute metagame type. So these brutes are actually just you destroying the engine cores. Something similar happens in Halo 2, as the Prophet of Regrets metagame type is listed as a brute, so when you kill him, he'll show up as a brute in the Carnage report. Double Rainbow. In the Halo 4 level, Reclaimer, you could spot a double rainbow by a waterfall that's slowly revealed as the mammoth drives past it. This waterfall can be found right after you destroy the Lich. This is an obvious reference to the internet meme of the same name. Master Chief's face. So for years, people have been theorizing, what does Master Chief look like? After getting teased with possibly seeing his face in Combat Evolved, Halo 4, and Campaign Evolved, people are still wondering if we'll ever actually get to see it. Well, the thing is, we already have. Multiple times. We've seen Chief's face in various comics over the years, and even the animated adaptation of the Fall of Reach novel. But this was Chief when he was just a kid and a teenager, so that doesn't really count. People want to see him when he's an adult. No, not like that. Well, there actually was a way to see his adult face in Halo 3, but it was removed from the final release. In Halo 3's beta, you could glitch the camera into a Spartan's helmet, and by extension, Master Chief's helmet. And inside the helmet was a very terrifying zombie-like face staring back at you. This face was created by 3D artist Eric Arroyo, who worked on Halo 3. It turns out that Marcus Leto, the co-creator of Halo, had asked Eric to put low-resolution faces inside the Spartan helmets. It's unknown why he wanted these faces in the helmets, but it's believed by many that this was some sort of test. Like maybe at one point Bungie thought about having see-through helmet visors. GURPS Halo. GURPS, or Generic Universal Role-Playing System, is a tabletop role-playing game created by Steven Jackson Games. And in the early 2000s, there were rumors that an expansion to GURPS based on the Halo franchise was in development. It was known at the time that the creator of Steven Jackson Games, Steven Jackson, was friendly with Bungie, as he'd be invited to see an early build of Combat Evolved, and Jackson Games had already published an expansion based on Bungie's older game series, Myth. So people assumed that this meant that a Halo expansion was on the way. Rumors increased when the Bungie webcam, which was a promotional thing that Bungie had created, uploaded a picture of what looked to be a Halo GURPS expansion. And when fan sites at the time tried re-uploading the photo, Microsoft would hit the sites with cease and desists. This had the opposite effect, as it only boosted the rumors even more. And then, in April of 2003, a Halo fan site owner was sent an email containing the cover of the GURPS Halo expansion. But the image was partially corrupted, and, well, that's where the story ends. No, really, that's where it ends. A GURPS Halo expansion was never actually announced, though it seems like it was being teased. Most people these days believe that there was a GURPS Halo expansion in development at some point, and that the webcam photo was a mock-up of the final product. But during development, it got cancelled, possibly due to Bungie not wanting another company to add lore to the series as they were making Halo 2. Halo 5 Cart. In April of 2021, former 343 developer Patrick Wren said on Twitter that he had hidden a kart racing Easter egg on the Halo 5 mission Evacuation, and that nobody had found it. After this tweet, people found it. You can only do this Easter egg with 4 players. In order to start the Easter egg, you need to immediately head over to a nearby door once the level starts. Once you get to the door, don't do anything for 117 seconds. And after waiting 117 seconds, every single enemy nearby will despawn, and players will be teleported to some mongooses. You'll then be told to race around the level in these mongooses, and whoever wins the race gets a power weapon. And thankfully, unlike the Halo Reach racing Easter egg, the other players don't explode after somebody wins. Would you guys play an official Halo kart racing game? I don't know, it could be fun. Look, if they can make FNAF, Burger King, and Garden of Bam Bam kart racers, they can make a Halo 1. Halo DS. In January of 2007, an IGN employee revealed that he had played a Halo game that nobody else had, that being a Halo game for the Nintendo DS. And he'd later show gameplay of it in October of 2007. But things got weird when Bungie came out and stated that they didn't make this game. Whatever game this IGN dude was playing, they had no idea who developed it. People accused the IGN employee of making the game himself, or having a small team work on it, but he claimed it was developed by a major studio. For a long time, nobody knew who made the game. That was until March of 2025, in which it was finally revealed that this demo for a Halo DS game was created by N-Gage in roughly 3 months. The demo itself was developed using a modified version of the Nintendo DS port of GoldenEye Rogue Agent, and it was pitched to Microsoft and Bungie, which meant that Bungie was actually lying all those years ago about not knowing who made the game. Turns out that Microsoft and Bungie had actually liked the pitch and were pretty cool with it becoming a full game. And it probably would've, if not for Nintendo. It's unknown why Nintendo rejected the game, but it's been speculated that they simply just didn't want to fund it. The Halo DS demo is to this day the most sought-after piece of Halo lost media. Hopefully one day it gets found, but I don't think it will. Halo 4 King of the Hill Fueled by Mountain Dew. King of the Hill Fueled by Mountain Dew is easily the most obscure official Halo game ever created. Created to promote both Halo 4, Mountain Dew, Doritos, and 7-Elevens, this was an augmented reality game developed by Kung Fu Factory at Augmento. The objective of the game was to visit real-life 7-Elevens and capture them. Capture them in-game, I mean. They weren't encouraging you to, like, invade actual stores. That would be... well, that just wouldn't be good. And in order to keep the 7-Eleven under your control, you needed to defend it from other players. And you could do this by upgrading your Spartan by uploading codes found in Mountain Dew and Doritos. In order to capture 7-Elevens, you'd show up to somebody else's 7-Eleven in-game and attack them, using either the assault rifle, DMR, or SAW. The game allowed you to access exclusive rewards in Halo 4, like the Locust helmet, bulletproof emblem, and an Xbox 360 dashboard theme. The game is borderline lost media, as while you can find the files for the game and even download the game on an old iPhone or Android device, you can't actually play it, as the game's servers shut down well over a decade ago. While this game was received extremely poorly, this game is actually extremely important in the history of gaming, as it's one of the very first major multiplayer augmented reality mobile games, which means that this game is actually a precursor to Pokemon Go. Nova, Near Orbit Vanguard Alliance. Newer fans of Halo might not realize this, but there was a time when Halo was everywhere. In the mid to late 2000s, it was one of the most popular video game franchises out there, and with popularity comes imitation. Nova Near Orbit Vanguard Alliance is a first-person shooter released for iOS devices in December of 2009, and later the PSP and PS3 in December of 2010, and was developed by Gameloft. The game is extremely notable for the fact that it's basically a ripoff of Combat Evolved. You battle an alien army on a tropical planet as a super soldier, and are equipped with a blue AI lady who gives you objectives. And you can also drive around vehicles, and the multiplayer even does the whole red team versus blue team thing. Also, I mean, just look at some of the game's designs. They're pretty clearly inspired by Halo. The game received critical acclaim because, while it was creatively bankrupt for at least a lot of it, it was actually a pretty solid iOS first-person shooter, especially for something released in 2009. This launched an entire franchise, with a sequel titled Nova 2: The Hero Rises Again being released in December of 2010. The final installment in the original trilogy, titled Nova 3, was released in May of 2012, and it took influences from not just Halo, but also Killzone, Call of Duty, and Crysis. A PC Nova game titled Nova Elite was released in 2011, but it never left public beta tests. These tests were playable on Gameloft's website, and even Facebook. Then there's the remake of the original Nova, titled Nova Legacy, released in 2017. But unlike the original, this game wasn't very well received, and since then, the franchise has been abandoned. The only other games released for the series were 3 2D companion games that adapted Nova 1, Nova 3, and Nova Legacy. The reason why I'm talking about this series in a Halo Iceberg is simply because this is an example of an entire game series being made in an attempt to cash in on Halo's success. Something that, honestly, I doubt we'll ever see again. The Halo 2 butt. The Halo series has a whole lot of famous asses. There's Linda's in Halo 5, the Arbiters in Halo 2, and of course, there's Halo 5's story. But there's one butt in the Halo franchise that's so infamous it almost gave Halo 2 an adults-only rating. During the development of Halo 2, a picture of Bungie lead engineer Charlie Goff's bare ass was placed into the game's files as a joke. The origin of the photo is that Goff mooned Microsoft's CEO while he was visiting Bungie. It was a pretty popular joke at Bungie, and when they found an ass error in Halo 2, they made it so that the image would appear when the error occurred as a joke. ASS is a type of file, by the way. It stands for Amalgam Scene Specification. But there was a bit of an issue with this joke. While it was impossible to get this image to appear while playing the game, because this image was in Halo 2's files, technically, that meant that Halo 2 had real-life nudity in it. And so the ESRB threatened to sue Microsoft for $500,000 and have Halo 2 be given an adults-only rating. Luckily, Bungie were able to remove the image before release, avoiding the adults-only rating and lawsuit. Though the Vista ports of Halo 2 did actually release with this image, though it was patched out of the game almost immediately. Flood anus doors. In Halo 3, there's several doors created by the Flood known as portas. And, they look very odd. They look like anuses. Some people may think that this is just a coincidence, and Bungie didn't actually intend for them to look like that. But, nope. During the development of Halo 3, these doors were often referred to as sphincter doors. So, no, they were fully intended to look like anuses. This has led to some people to speculate that the portas were directly based on images of anuses that Bungie used for research. I don't think there's been any confirmation from a Bungie employee that they had reference material like that, so I'm gonna choose to believe they didn't, and they just made these doors from scratch. Fun fact, these doors have 7, things on them. Muscles? I don't know. Which is another example of Bungie's love for the number 7. And buttholes. Ling Ling the dog. Throughout the Halo series, you could find references to a dog named Ling Ling. At first glance, you might think that this is a reference to one of the developer's pets. And, you'd be kinda right, I guess. Ling Ling is a dead dog that's severed head is kept in a jar of formaldehyde in order for it to be used at a medical school. Sometime in the 1990s, a developer at Bungie had a roommate who was a medical student. And one day, this roommate brought home Ling Ling as part of his homework. However, the roommate forgot to return Ling Ling to the medical school, and even forgot Ling Ling when he moved. So by default, the severed dog head now belonged to the Bungie employee. And one day, he brought it to Bungie offices, and for years, the severed head of Ling Ling was kept at Bungie as a joke. And so various references to Ling Ling were put in Halo games over the years. though Lingling's actual breed is different from how they're portrayed in memes and game references. How do we know this? Well, because pictures of the actual Lingling can be found pretty easily online. Not exactly thrilled that I had to see that while researching. ODST glyphs. Throughout Halo 3 ODST, you can find various glyphs scattered around the environment. This is actually part of a massive Easter egg that, to this day, hasn't been fully solved. Through a ton of research, investigations, and even hints from Marty O'Donnell, it's widely believed that these glyphs have something to do with the story Dante's Inferno and the works of T.S. Eliot. Basically, people believe that both the main plot of ODST and ODST's side story, Sadie's story, are both designed around the story of Dante's Inferno. For starters, the game begins with the rookie alone in a city, representing the first circle of hell, Limbo. The actual first level of the game has you playing as Buck trying to find Dare, who is somebody he loves, so this level represents the second level of hell, Lust. The next level has you driving around a warthog, which is also the name of a species that's related to a pig being a stand-in for gluttony, which is why this level represents the third circle of hell, Gluttony. The next level focuses on driving a scorpion and using all sorts of expensive military equipment, with the level even ending at a weapons stockpile. This is why people believe that this level represents the fourth level of hell, Greed. The next level begins with the rookie finding the remains of the Oni base, and it's currently still burning. And this level is about you destroying said building, which is why people connect it to the fifth circle of hell, Wrath. The next level has Romeo suggest that they not look for the rookie, only to then get stabbed by a brute chieftain. This is why the level is related to the sixth circle of hell, Heresy. The next level has you facing off against engineers and a scarab. Though you don't have to fight them, you can ignore them, but the game does encourage you to fight them, which is why this level is connected to the seventh level of hell, Violence. And finally, the next level is connected to both the 8th and 9th circles of hell, Fraud and Treachery. For a good chunk of the level, you'll work alongside the corrupt cop, a fraud, and eventually he'll betray you, thus Treachery. But how does this relate to the glyphs? Well, people have connected the glyphs to the T.S. Eliot poem, The Hollow Men, which is a poem that heavily references Dante's Inferno. People have made this connection as one of the glyphs looks like a cactus, and there's a line in The Hollow Men that references cactuses. This is Cactus Land. And the poem ends with a line that's quoted by Cortana in Halo 3. This is the way the world ends. So are these glyphs telling people that the story of ODST is an allegory for Dante's Inferno? Maybe. Or maybe we're thinking too hard about this, and these glyphs don't actually mean anything. Actual Halo ghosts. Alright, so there's been a ton of urban legends over the years about ghosts in early Halo games, like Halo 2 and Halo 3. These ghosts don't do all that much, besides just walking around the map and glitching out. They don't appear on the scoreboard, and sometimes they just disappear. Sometimes, yeah, they can attack you, but that's extremely rare. Most assume that all of these ghost stories are just urban legends, but there is actually some truth to them. Well, maybe. A majority of these sightings are fake, let's be real here. Like, come on now, the ghost of Lockout is just... that's not real, it's just... be cool if it was, but it's not. But some of these ghost stories might be legit. It's been speculated that some of these ghosts are actually just players experiencing extreme lag or a complete network failure, meaning that while they do join the game, they aren't really in the game. So basically, a player may think that they've loaded into a match, but they haven't. Their screens are frozen upon spawning, and while they're not technically in the match, the tiny fragment of connection they had lets the player move around their model, but this has never been proven. So, are there genuine cases of ghosts in Halo 2 and Halo 3? Maybe, but if there are, they're not actual ghosts, like these aren't supernatural occurrences. Or maybe they are. I mean, it is pretty spooky walking around empty Halo maps. Maybe there's a ghost out there who's watching you. And that'll be it, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs out there. That was the Halo Iceberg Remastered, long awaited in two ways. One, it's been years since the original. That's actually a terrible video. It's actually like garbage. And also, because this video is delayed. Well, was delayed. If you got to this part of the video, comment down below that you finished the fight. Basically, let me know that you're part of the outro gang. So yeah, this video was delayed a bit because I stupidly took a break in the beginning of July. I was really burnt out, and so I was like, oh, I'll take a week off, and so I did, and that obviously pushed this into the I think this will come out in the second week of August, so it pushed it back a little bit. And I apologize in the community post about this, but I once again I want to apologize. Burnout sucks and all that, but I said I'd get the video out in July, and I wasn't able to, and I shouldn't have taken that break. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize for that. That just won't happen again. It hopefully won't happen again. I'm sorry, but yeah, this because it was delayed. Because this was supposed to be released around the same time as Campaign Evolved released, and obviously since then it has released, and it's all right. I think it's good. It's like a 7 out of 10. I'm not like super married to Combat Evolved. Like I don't have any nostalgia for it because I first played it when I was like 16, so I don't like it. I think it is a flawed game, but I still really enjoy it. I mean, in fact, actually, Halo Combat Evolved has my favorite art style in the entire series. I love the way that game looks. So, like, I'm fine with, like, changing it up a bit, but, I mean, some of the changes I'm not a fan of. But that's a topic for completely other... I could go on for, like, 20 minutes talking about that, but I don't feel like it. It's all right. It's okay. I hope they don't remake Halo 2 and 3. Just give us Halo 7. Just move on to the next Halo game. I want to see what Atriox is doing. Give us Halo 7 and Halo Wars 3. It's been almost a decade. Give us Halo Wars 3. What are you waiting for? One last thing before I shout out my members is that I actually I wanted to see, I was going to ask the YouTuber Late Night Gaming if he wanted to record a few entries, like the audio for a few entries. But I got cold feet. I got really nervous because every collab I've ever done in the past has been somebody asking me to like DM a YouTuber who I've been watching for 2016, 2017. It's been almost a decade, and asking them, hey, could you do this for me? Could you do this for me? It was very, very terrifying and very nerve-wracking. So I didn't do it. I didn't do it. But yeah, I'm only mentioning this, the whole late night gaming thing, just I thought that was funny. I thought that was just a funny thing. Before I go, I have to thank my $5 and above channel members. You guys go above and beyond. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to Maurice Deceased, Adam Depp, Digital Medic, Lone Thunder, The Mr. Train Track, Moxie, That's J, Cody Lester, Goat449, Hunter Gentle, V. Evans, Milo the Mighty, Mano, Guardian of Brooklyn, Domeshot529, Nathan Tench, Games with Toasty, Sailor Stell, Spencer Estes, John McIntyre, Corvus Seraph, KB6427, Kevin Sanders, Maury Doll, Gavin Grizzle, Jose Felix, Cowboy Tuba, Joe Cyanide, Awesome Man, Steven, Deadhead, Pitstab, Titanoboa Hunter, James Miller, Daniel Vale, Ismail IXQ8, Xenodusk, Evan Teisman, JMax Air, Freeton, Paste, The Haddonfield Registry, Snorzy, Lazy Danny, It's Sky, Fidget Zero, Cole Russell, Small Islander, Nibrock Rock, Wojak Wojtkiewicz, Sleepy, George Shingoose, Zachary Monsalve, Noah, April, Sebastian Jimenez, Adam Daniels, Ballfade02, Unbalaxed, Nora, The Devil of Gina's Kitchen, Solid Fricky, Vaughn B, Timorum Nile, Nawa, Infinity Mark, and Redden. I always say it, but thank you guys just for everything. You guys go above and beyond, as I just said, but I genuinely, I will never be able to express how much your support means to me. The next iceberg will be a highly requested iceberg, and it will be out in late September, so be on the lookout for that. And with that, stay safe, have a great day, and try to look at the more positive side of things. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Isolate that signal.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing watching Pigpen's Halo Iceberg?
Sir, wasting my time.